iGaming is truly becoming a global business. Europe, for instance, has become saturated, and gaming companies are starting to look at other continents, particularly Asia, with a market of over 4 billion potential players. That means you, as an iGaming professional, have to attend shows across the globe, and not just in one continent. Old shows must make room for new shows in emerging markets. In this short video, we will outline why SiGMA Malta, SiGMA Latam, and SiGMA Manila are worth investing in. Here's 3 main reasons. Reason 1. Emerging trends. When we started SiGMA back in 2014, we strongly believed that SiGMA must embrace all 3 verticals. Today's super affiliate, for instance, is fast becoming an operator, thanks to lower barriers to entry. SiGMA is and will remain the only 360-degree show that brings the entire industry, from C-level executive to super affiliates, under one roof. Given also the significant presence of integrated resorts in Asia and Latam, moving forward, we've decided to include land-based gaming. Reason 2. Emerging hubs. SiGMA is held in 3 iGaming hubs. Malta, the gaming hub in Europe. Manila, the undisputed hub in Asia. And Sao Paulo, a region with vast potential. Reason 3. Emerging tech. Moving forward, we're merging 2 large expos under one roof. Our iGaming show SiGMA, as well as our Emerging Tech Summit AIBC, will take place at the same venue and on the same dates, breaking boundaries for the 2 verticals to learn and feed off each other. So what are you waiting for? Get in touch with us today and let's work together. Our 3 summits will open new doors for you. Welcome to SiGMA. Welcome to the world's iGaming festival.
we have an important announcement to make. I am very excited to launch SiGMA LATAM. That's right, a third summit in Latin America that will complement SiGMA in Europe and SiGMA in Asia.
Tenemos una fuerza laboral fuerte en Malta, en Kiev y en Manila. Es hora de que SiGMA aumente nuestra cartera y se expanda más allá de nuestra zona de confort, cubriendo todas las horas horarias con las nuevas oficinas en las Américas.
As cidades cotadas foram Buenos Aires e São Paulo. Acabamos escolhendo a segunda por duas razões.
Reason number one, there's always a great presence of media and events in offices in Buenos Aires, and we don't want to replicate more or of the same or compete with our friends.
Segunda, o grande potencial de mercado e a atual possibilidades de regulamentação de jogos no Brasil nos darão mais motivos para decidir estabelecer nosso escritório lá.
Brazilian Federal Deputy Pompeo de Matos, for instance, believes casinos will be a vaccine for coronavirus, stating that taxing gaming money could jumpstart the country's economy in the wake of COVID-19.
Ele machuca a economia. E eu diria assim, para nós até ajudar a levantar a economia depois que passar a pandemia, uma das alternativas é, inclusive, legalizar os jogos. É uma alternativa perfeitamente possível, viável, eu diria assim, até necessária.
Assuntos como este, dentre outros, farão parte dos nossos debates em setembro.
Moving forward, we hope that our three pillar shows, SiGMA in Malta, SiGMA in Manila, and eventually SiGMA in Sao Paulo, will pave the way for iGaming communities to learn from, as well as do business with each other. I look forward to contribute to this and make iGaming truly a global phenomenon.
Hello and welcome to SiGMA Asia, where we're well underway with our second day of online digital conference with speakers from around the world, bringing you content with a business focus, particularly in Asia. Well, I'm now going to turn over to SiGMA Group's founder, Emma Police, to tell you what's in store for today.
Yes, thank you, Jess. Yesterday was day one, the baptism of fire for our virtual experience, and here we are on day two. A bit more confident, I must say, but also confident because of the way in which this company is heading moving forward. Number one, we're changing our website drastically and we're revamping the site into 5 languages. So besides English, all content that we're dishing out will be available in Portuguese, in Spanish, in Russian, as well as in Mandarin. That was a measure that we felt necessary also because of COVID-19. And the other great measure that we're implementing is the launch of our third pillar show, which is SiGMA Latam. We were going to launch this show in 2022, but because of COVID-19 and the demand for debates and discussions, we felt that we didn't need to wait that much any longer, so we decided to launch SiGMA Latam this September 2020. So a lot in store and I'm excited for the future.
Certainly a very exciting time, and thank you to all of our delegates that joined yesterday and also was interacting with each other in the comment section of this SiGMA platform. I encourage you to do the exact same again today, as there's going to be plenty of people that you'll want to engage with and also conversations to be had. So if you are joining us on Facebook or YouTube, head over to the SiGMA platform. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day 2 of SiGMA Asia. Let's join the conversation. Well, the conversations on the SiGMA Swapcard platform are already coming in. We have people from Indonesia, Malaysia and the Philippines all conversing in, so thank you so much for taking part today. We will be reading out some of your comments throughout the day. Now it's time for our first session of the day, regulation. And regulation is always at the forefront of every single SiGMA conference when it comes to content and really shaping the future sphere of the iGaming industry. This session is sponsored by Crypto Processing. Now, before we start, I would like to thank all of our media partners yesterday for the coverage they provided for our day 1 of SiGMA Asia. We had some great content from Calvin Air Media and also IAG. If you did have a chance and you did want to look back, we do have all of our conferences from yesterday available on SiGMA YouTube today. But stay tuned, don't go anywhere, because we have a very exciting day of conferences. Let's get started.
Our payment solution allows you to accept crypto and instantly receive fiat on your bank account. We also provide OTC desk service, multilingual client support, give white label solutions and legal advice.
Keynote with Andrea Domingo, Chairperson and CEO of PAGCOR.
Hi, a safe and healthy day to all of us. It is not so sad that the SiGMA conference convention in the Philippines had to be postponed to next year because of the COVID pandemic. Because what it showed the world is the level of commitment, level of intention and will, and competence of SiGMA and its management. Instead of giving it up, just not making do with it and just go on with it next year, they have resorted to using the new technology that the offshore gaming operations are using. They're using internet and they're using the cyberspace. And I'd like to express my full appreciation of this kind of determination and commitment to purpose. Congratulations, SiGMA and the management of SiGMA. Relationships that we have now are reshaping the world into a global village. So it means that we are not just a separate, independent conglomeration of countries and states. We are now a global image. And why? Because of internet, because of the use of cyberspace, and because of the tools, the computers, the laptops, the apps, the systems, the programs that we now have. that we have shaped and that are now shaping us. The offshore gaming in the Philippines started in late 2016, where we collected 73.74 billion pesos, mostly from application and processing fees. This went up to 3.12 billion in 2017 to 16.11 billion in 2018 and to 5.73 billion in 2019. From January to March 18 this year, 2020, we have collected 1.8 billion for a total of 20.2 billion pesos. But is this important? Of course it's important, because whatever PAGCOR earns, the Philippine Amusement and Gaming Corporation earns, 75% goes back to national government. We retain 25% for our social-civic projects, our OPEX, our marketing expenses, and for the social-civic projects of the President of the Philippines. It is also important because it shows that through regulation, if you do it with sincerity, competence, and integrity, from 56 million pesos contribution of offshore gaming operations before 2016, it is now a multi-billion peso revenue generating operation under PAGCOR. But what is more important, as other nations, nearby nations, are realizing what the POGO operations generate in terms of gaming revenues is not the main event. It is the employment generation that it creates in the locality. So that other jurisdictions are saying, come to us, operate an offshore gaming operation. The only condition is that you hire 30% of your employees from our country, from our nationals, from our citizens. Why do they do this? Why do they offer 10-year tax holidays? Because they realize that POGOs contribute not only to employment, but to the development of the real estate industry in the areas where they need it, because it generates taxes on services, VAT, value-added taxes, specific taxes, whatever. They add taxes to the goods and services that the POGO employees and operations consume, and many other economic activities that it creates, like restaurants, malls, one-stop shops, convenience centers, theaters, even gaming stations. That is POGO. POGO is pump priming activity in the national industry and in the national economy. Thus, we are proud to say that so far now we have 60 operators and about 237 or so service providers. For as you all know, those who are in this conference and convention, that the POGOs have three major players: the operators, the players, and the service providers. In the Philippines, the operators and the players are based abroad. Thus, no Filipino or nobody with an IP address traceable to Philippines is able to play. So we have sanitized that. All the money generated comes from abroad, like in any export industry. The service providers hire a good number of Filipinos, as we said, more than 31,000 Filipinos, whereas also it hires about 90,000 foreign nationals. The problem we have is really that the 2020 presidential elections are nearing in May. That's about 2 years from now. And there are a lot of people who are gearing towards it, either pro or against our government administration right now. And of course, those who are against are always looking a handle or leverage for something that they could put their hand on. Unfortunately, they think POGO is it because of the concentration of a lot of foreign workers in some areas. This we are going to solve. We are encouraging POGO hubs where all of the workers can be situated in one holistic community where their safety, their health will be looked after. We have stopped accrediting any more new operators for one sole reason. We want to integrate and harmonize all of the laws, rules, and regulations that other agencies are imposing on POGO operators. One, we're going to harmonize BIR tax structures. Two, we're going to harmonize immigration and labor policies. And three, we're going to harmonize our law enforcement agency with the total effort of ensuring safe play, fairness, and also safety and security for all workers in POGO, for those who are working legally. When we say POGO, these are the ones who are registered and are authorized and are licensed by PAGCOR. They say that the COVID-19 had made the skies clearer, the waters fresher, the air better, more breathable. So thus POGO is able to help us economically. And perhaps soon we should be able to meet the cross-cultural social communication needs to be able to operate in a more harmonious situation. The POGO operators on their own actually contributed 150 million pesos to buy food and to buy PPEs for health workers as well for the masses of the Filipino peoples. We hope to be able to resume, really, POGO operations in June. And we hope to be able to, at least for the remaining year, to collect in PAGCOR about 3.5 billion pesos more. So, welcome to this conference. Welcome to this convention, unique but modern and in time and in keeping with the times. Thank you very much.
Well, a huge thank you to Andrea Domingo there for opening the second day of SiGMA Asia Digital. As mentioned yesterday, it's such a shame that we couldn't be there in Manila celebrating and looking at the industry developments in the iGaming sphere with you in person, but we can't wait to welcome PAGCOR with open arms to our 2021 Manila conference in May. So we're really looking forward to seeing you all there. Now in Swapcard, there is platforms and conversations regarding the upcoming SiGMA events. So we would love to hear from you if you'll be attending, and we'll read some of the interactions out live on the line as well. Now looking at the SiGMA calendar, our next event, SiGMA Malta, will be held in November, and we're so excited to have a physical conference after the year 2020 we've had. We really look forward to welcoming you with open arms, and as I mentioned yesterday, SiGMA are taking all the necessary precautions to ensure all of our delegates' safety. So as we are looking at SiGMA Malta now, it's only right that our next guest is focusing on things a little bit closer to home in Malta. So it's an absolute pleasure to welcome into the studio the CEO of Malta Gaming Authority.
Malta Focus, Regulatory Update, with Heathcliff Farrugia, CEO at Malta Gaming Authority.
Us from the Asian countries. Thank you, SiGMA, for giving me the honor of virtually participating in this digital summit. Being on a podium in a studio, knowing that this event is being streamed live in a number of other countries, hence giving a virtual keynote is surely a first for me. But then again, the past few months will be remembered for a number of firsts we experienced. For our industry, it was the first time since the war that so many events were cancelled or suspended. For Malta, it was the first time since even before the war that the national lottery was cancelled. The first time that any of us had to fight an enemy by locking ourselves in our homes. It is the first time that we were faced with such an unpredictable and unprecedented situation of which the repercussions are still largely unknown. For us at the MGA, it was also the first time that we had to completely relook at our operations and procedures and rethink our regulatory priorities in incredible time constraints. we continuously speak about taking proactive measures to regulate the industry and achieve our regulatory objectives of fair gambling and protected consumers. But here we were, faced with a situation which called for immediate reactionary measures if we were to achieve those same regulatory objectives. From a health perspective, we have seen health authorities globally instructing their respective citizens to stay indoors. And in a number of countries, this is still the case, with many being isolated from their friends and extended families. Businesses were forced to remain shut, and with some having to reluctantly let go of their employees. And these, of course, are just ancillary to the health effects, both physical and mental, of the disease itself. For our industry, we are all aware of the impact that all this can have on the well-being of a player, let alone on a player who is already considered as a vulnerable or at-risk player. Suddenly, fulfilling player protection obligations under existing regulatory requirements meant that operators had to be more vigilant in order to look out for the well-being of their players. Operators were expected to dedicate increased resources to player protection, and it is with this in mind that certain administrative and fiscal obligations imposed on the operators were postponed from our end. For the years preceding the strike of this pandemic, regulators continuously urged the industry to step up its self-regulation efforts, to lead the way in terms of best practices, and to demonstrate the maturity that comes with a regulated service. And I believe that during this pandemic, we have seen a number of such efforts with operators teaming up and setting marketing standards for themselves. Various industry players had a united and timely reaction to an unprecedented situation. Of course, as a regulator, we made it clear early on that any exploitation of the current climate by any operator would be faced with enforcement action. And that was a statement we lived up to. We have, in fact, taken action against operators who insensitively and irresponsibly use this pandemic or its effects in an attempt to attract consumers to their products. However, I feel comfortable saying that the vast majority of operators were very cooperative when approached, and an even bigger majority did not even need any intervention from the regulator, since they were mindful of the increased vulnerability that could be brought about as an effect of this pandemic. Another area the MJ focused on was that of sports betting. Due to the cancellation of the most traditionally popular sporting events, mainly football, betting operators had to look elsewhere. Many had to look at events which are not run to the same professional degree as the more traditional sporting events, whilst others focused predominantly on eSports, with the latter seeing a considerable increase in popularity. But just like in any other sport, there are varying degrees of professionalism within the world of eSports. The risk profiles generated by these events is of course different to what most betting operators and regulators are used to. To this effect, the MGA issued recommendations to betting operators with a view to safeguard the integrity of the events, as well as the ultimate protection of the fairness of the bet being offered. The guidelines were intended to assist operators in determining the events to include in their betting portfolio, making them aware of their obligation to ensure gaming was fair and transparent, an obligation that was more pertinent than ever in these circumstances. From our end, we also recognized that we had an equal part to play in this scenario. Over the past months, we finalized and signed data sharing agreements with sporting bodies with a view to fighting the corruption of any sporting event. The Darts Regulation Authority, the World Professional Billiards and Snooker Association, the Swedish Football Association, and the International Cricket Council are all entities with which we have signed such agreements over the past couple of months. However, there is more work to be done on this front, and we remain committed to delving deeper into the varying degrees of risk brought about by different sporting events and the manner in which such risk can be mitigated. In conclusion, as a regulator, we are apprehensive of the fact that while the health risk posed by COVID-19 may be more controlled in some countries, the financial repercussions are yet to be calculated. Many individuals are still at an increased risk of falling into the pitfalls of gambling addiction, and it is a risk that both operators and regulators need to keep monitoring even closer than ever before. And here, I would like to take this unique opportunity to urge all operators to continue being vigilant in safeguarding the protection of the players, with the aim of reducing harm. Whereas in some countries like Malta and others, the worst of this pandemic seems to be over, other countries are yet to reach its peak. Hence, during these times, operators across the globe need to continue with their ongoing efforts to keep player protection on top of their agenda. With this, I thank you, and I truly augur an excellent and fruitful conference to you all. Thank you.
Well, a huge thank you to Heathcliff Farrugia there for sharing some insights, and it was really fantastic to see, first of all, how the Philippines is moving forward in the wake of COVID-19, and also Malta's very proactive approach as well. So a huge thank you to our two speakers that have started off our regulatory session on day 2 of SiGMA Asia. Now, our next panel discussion will be taking a look at how regulators across the globe have acted. If you are on the Swapcard platform and you are interacting with other delegates, do keep an eye out, because during this panel discussion there will be a poll which we would love to hear your thoughts on which regulators move quickly in the wake of COVID-19. Share your thoughts and we'll be announcing the results of the poll after the panel. Let's take a look next.
Coping with COVID-19. The race is on. How fast is too fast? With Joseph Borch, partner at WH Partners, and Trevor De Giorgio, Chief Legal Officer at GreenTube. Moderated by Eman Police, founder at SiGMA Group.
Welcome back. Coping with COVID-19, and the race is on. And with us for this panel, we have a very interesting combo. We have Dr. Joe Borch from WH Partners, who no doubt deals with a number of operators and suppliers, from the tiny startup to multinationals. So I'm sure he has a lot of headaches at the moment to navigate through COVID-19. And on the other side, we have Trevor De Giorgio, the Chief Legal Officer for GreenTube, who's a multinational company, and I'm sure also is dealing with a number of regulatory updates across various jurisdictions. We'll start with you, Joe. COVID-19 has been with us now for a number of months. And what have you seen across a number of regulators?
Well, the focus has been mostly on advertising. So many regulators have issued notices or new guidelines on advertising in order to ensure that operators not take advantage of the situation and basically advertise aggressively in such a period where people are spending more time at home and therefore are more prone to play online. Unfortunately, we haven't seen many regulators giving incentives to operators facing difficulties. We have seen that from the Maltese regulator up to a certain extent. So there were some sort of tax breaks, deferment of tax payments, and so on and so forth. They were also very flexible with operators that wanted to suspend certain types of games from their operations. So that was also a positive thing. On the other hand, we haven't seen much coming from other regulators, unfortunately. So that is probably it's unfortunate. It's quite unfortunate, because the industry has to be supported if we want the industry to keep on providing high quality service and also the employment opportunities it offers today.
Trevor, what do you make of the situation?
I would say that I agree wholeheartedly with what Joe is saying. I'll start off from his last point about assistance from regulators. Well, we are licensed in a host of jurisdictions, a host of countries. And whilst here in Malta we have seen not just support, tax support and the likes, but what we have seen is regulatory support. That is an authority which has actually become quicker in its response times during these situations, and an authority which is much more understanding. Unfortunately, however, in other jurisdictions, we have seen changes which sometimes are expected at the flick of a switch. And it's not that simple technology-wise. And changes not just on the advertising front, but also on the responsible gaming front, which there are a number of operators which have taken certain responsible steps at these times. They took their own initiatives. I mean, GreenTube itself is part of the BGC, so the Betting and Gaming Council in the UK. And we stopped advertising in the beginning of May in the UK. And now we restart on the 5th of June with more focus on responsible gaming. These initiatives are being taken, but it's as if regulators are not taking much notice of it. And you still see the negative press, you still see the negative stories about the industry in general. So there has been a challenge for the industry. There also have been regulatory changes. So if we break things down, Latvia, they shut down the market. So Latvia shut down the market. Spain introduced an emergency decree on advertising, which actually, one can say, introduced legislation, a draft legislation from back in March. They introduced it now via this emergency decree, which is still ongoing, which has as a main focus advertising limitations, but also some RG measures. Sweden, the restrictions on bonusing. The UK, there's 6 measures which were taken by the GC, especially on the responsible gaming front, including, for example, the compulsory rollout of reality checks, the checks, constant checks which need to be made on your players. That was in the UK. Italy last week announced a new tax on sports betting operators, which is
sports betting.
0.3 or 0.5%. Joe, I'm not sure, I'm not remembering. I think it's 0.5 because initially it was 0.3. Then the federations wanted 1%, and the compromise was 0.5% of turnover, net of gaming taxes, but 0.5% of turnover. And this will last till the end of 2021. And they issued it, and we still don't know how we have to pay it. How is it going to be collected? So there have been, I would say, individual initiatives from a number of countries, especially at a European level, which have made it more difficult for operators to cope. And this is on an operational level, because let us also remember the human impact of this COVID-19. The human impact insofar that, I'll use GreenTube as an example. Our employees are now in their 11th week of home office. We sent everyone home here in Malta. Let's start with Malta. The moment the schools closed. So schools closed. Most of our staff, Maltese and foreign, have children in school. And we understood it was impossible for them to juggle everything. So we said, you can go home. We will actually help you. So we've sent our IT guys into houses of employees in order to set up their infrastructure, especially customer support, because we run all our customer support from Malta, even though Vienna is our base. But Malta runs the customer support as well as other departments. So we set all of this up. Vienna, another challenge, 450 employees. UK, which is our development arm, so another 50
this
jobs.
has been done across the board, the work from
home. We have done it across the board, work from home. And unfortunately also GreenTube, one of its employees in Austria passed away with corona. And because I am the chief legal officer, you end up also getting involved in certain discussions, let's not say operationally related, but it is a reality. I mean, we have lost a staff member, we lost a colleague.
Yeah, certainly touching times as well when something like that hits close to home. But we've seen this in Malta for sure. We've seen this also in Manila, where gaming companies sort of self-regulate within the office and take measures that are beyond what government is imposing. How will this be perceived? I mean, moving forward, gaming seems to be a step ahead in making sure that they're facing the pandemic in the right way within office premises. We're talking. I mean, Joe, you yourself, not necessarily a gaming company, but a law office who deals with a lot of gaming companies. But you guys also took measures which go beyond what the government imposed in the country. How will this be perceived moving forward?
It was a necessity also because, as Trevor said, you have parents of young children, and ultimately, if you can't leave the kids at home alone. So the parents had to stay at home. On the other hand, we had the funny thing is that we had employees pleading us, look, we would like to do some work from the office. And in fact, we started also transitioning back slowly because we felt that working from home is very efficient. Many people like it, but that little human interaction sometimes is also necessary. And this was quite a learning curve for us because we realized that even the employees themselves prefer, at least most of them, prefer coming a bit to the office at least twice a week, 3 times a week. Some of them, I'm coming in 3 times a week usually. And this balance seems to work very, very well. Yes, ultimately, it's not just about laws. It's also about social responsibility. It's also about respecting our employees, because ultimately, our businesses, especially us as a law firm, our business is based on human resources. So basically, unless your employees are happy and can be productive with a clear mind and with peace of mind, the quality of the work will not be the same. So ultimately, we found this balance as ideal. Of course, for a number of weeks, it was work from home across the board, but slowly, we're adjusting to a new reality where we have employees coming in 2-3 times a week. Of course, those that are parents and don't have anywhere where to leave their kids, they have to continue this work from home system.
Yeah. Changing a bit subject. You know, a lot of regulators took significant measures in the short run. But probably we all agree, no, that gaming has been one of the verticals that has been the least impacted by COVID. When you compare it to tourism, to the hotel industry, to the catering industry, those have been significantly hit. Do you believe regulators, policymakers, will, in the long run, look at gaming from a different lens because of its resilience to pandemics such as this one?
If I may, I'd just like to clarify something. I'll take again our reality, which is Green Tube, part of the Novomatic group. Yes, the remote casino vertical carried on, then as well there were other products, but in our case, Novomatic shut down all of its land-based presences, every single one of them, and that had a huge impact for us. So I wouldn't say gaming per se is resilient, but some verticals survived and managed to push on in these times, because I mean, remote sportsbook, well, there were no events unless you were willing to bet on Bangladeshi badminton or the Belarusian third division. I mean, it was a weird time. I mean, things are still not back to normal on the sportsbook front, but you have the Bundesliga, which is now open. If I'm not mistaken, this week horse racing starts behind closed doors in the UK, so that will be a huge push. The football in Italy starts in 2 weeks' time. Same week, Premier League starts, Spanish La Liga starts. So we're soon coming back to, let's say, a new normal, because events are going to be behind closed doors. But if anything, my fear is that just like happened in Italy, there was a tax grab on the remote sector, that there will be tax grabs in other jurisdictions, tax grabs which in the short run might look good, but in the long run will have a negative impact. If you go and look at,
and why is that?
I'll give an example. I use examples to illustrate this. So last year, 2019, the UK did the FOBTs change. So maximum stake went to £2. In the middle of Corona, I believe it was actually last week, they published the results, and you had a reduction in shops of around 19% reduction in shops, an overall reduction in contribution from the gaming sector. So as a package, the gaming sector contributed less to the British economy. And if I'm not mistaken, if I didn't read badly, something like 9,000 jobs were lost. That is one decision, to reduce the stake of FOBTs from a maximum of 50 to 2. That's one decision.
Yeah.
If you allow me, Trevor and Deman, also,
please.
It's true that we saw a bit of a spike in online casino,
remote casinos,
not online gaming, online casino, and maybe poker. Well, you can consider them in the same vertical. But it is also true that as people are losing jobs, and we've seen crazy figures in people losing jobs, ultimately, once people won't find money in their pockets, they won't be able to gamble. So this is a very short-term spike that will probably be followed by a crisis, like the same way it will affect other industries, it will affect online gaming, because if people's purchasing power goes down, ultimately the industry will suffer.
Yeah, well, Trevor, you touched upon land-based, and across Southeast Asia, we've seen a lot of integrated resorts being slaughtered and thousands of jobs being lost as well. Do you think the time has come for the industry to stop talking about land-based versus online and find ways for the two to cooperate?
Definitely. I agree 100% with you. There is, if anything, if this didn't teach us something within our operations between GreenTube and Novomatic, is that we were actually the redundancy for them. We were the only branch for a period of time which was still operational for the Novomatic group. So yes, there is this perceived conflict between online and land-based, but I sincerely hope that this pandemic, this situation, brings about a new normal, whereby online and land-based are not seen as in conflict, but are actually seen as partners, and they can actually help each other out, even enhancing the player experience.
Any concrete example that you can think of where the two can find common ground?
So you have your players, your land-based player who could possibly continue his journey online. Some remote operators, for example, in the Italian market, have been more successful than others is because they have a land-based presence, they have a land-based database, which they have married with their online, and they managed to seamlessly shift a volume of those players from the land-based onto the online. So if you have both verticals, you can continue that player journey. You can continue the same experience, well, with a little less social interaction, but you can have the same gaming experience as you have in the shop, at home, or wherever you are.
Joe, anything to add to this land-based versus online? Perception, reality, call it whatever you want.
I agree with Trevor that now operators are realizing that land-based and online are not versus, but actually are complementary to each other. And are complementary in the sense that I believe there's going to be a time where land-based, for a short period at least, will become a bit more popular than online after this COVID situation, because people also want interaction. The same situation we had with employees wanting to come here and meet with their colleagues and friends. We'll have it in gaming as well. So people will actually miss the atmosphere in a casino. So I believe that this is not a case where land-based is doomed and online is going to take over, or there's a big struggle between the two. Rather, it's important to have both. And those operators that are not investing in both are making a mistake. Also, another mistake is that the mistake that was done by land-based when online started, where they didn't embrace it, I believe that the online gaming industry is doing it now. It's doing it in the sense that it's not innovating enough. The gaming industry in the past 5 to 10 years has done very little innovation, and that worries me. So suddenly we've seen a lot of operators going for virtual sports, like it was invented yesterday. It wasn't invented yesterday, it was invented years ago.
Yeah, it's
we've seen a lot
I like to
of
say
operators going for eSports. This is not something new. We've been seeing eSports grow for the past 4 or 5 years. So True. I believe that this COVID situation is going to improve the situation of land-based, because they are going to embrace online more. But also, we're going to see online gaming operators realizing that they have to innovate themselves as well.
Yeah, as I like.
If I may, Eman, just to continue on the previous point, on the social element. In fact, which vertical has grown the most during this situation, during the pandemic? Poker. Poker, which is the most social of all products online, because you can chat, you can speak. So poker has seen this huge growth because players were seeking that social element.
Yeah.
Players want the social element. Players look for that social element. And that is why I agree with Joe. The moment the casinos open, with due precaution, but I believe, yes, players will want to go to the casino, not because they have vast amounts of cash which they've saved up and they want to go and play them in the casino, but because they want to go and meet the people they used to meet before. They want to socialize as well.
It's an experience in itself.
Yeah.
It's entertainment.
I wish we had more time. However, that brings us to the end of this very interesting discussion, and I would wholeheartedly agree. I would pen it in the sense that where the CEO failed, where the chief technical officer failed to innovate, I think COVID-19 has succeeded. And with that note, I will leave you there. Thank you so much for being with us, gentlemen.
Thank you so much. Thanks for the opportunity.
A pleasure.
Bye.
Well, we had some great discussions there in the chat during that panel discussion. A huge thank you to Joseph and Trevor for sharing your insights and Eman for moderating. Now, in the comments, discussions were flowing. First of all, a huge thank you to Hugo, who was saying that he actually agrees with Trevor. He also said greetings from Mexico City. And from my understandings, I think you'll be a speaker in our SiGMA LATAM conference in September. So thank you so much for tuning in on the conversation. We also had someone mentioning that land-based can never be replaced by online. However, online can be a huge asset for land-based and another revenue. We also had people referencing the fact that Irish live betting and horse racing is available back in the UK as of today. So it's really interesting to see how the industry will evolve in a post-COVID world. Now, we do have the results from the poll in now. So thank you to everyone that voted during our last panel discussion. Which regulators responded well to the COVID-19 crisis? 27% voted in favour of the Philippines, 13% for Macau, 13% for Sweden and 13% from the UK, with 7% agreeing that Latvia responded well and 27% other. So really interesting there. A huge thank you to Altana, our sponsors of today. That is our regulation panel session over now for today. Stay tuned for our next session. Now we'll be taking a look at the moving forces when it comes to constructing an iGaming business. We'll be looking at HR and all of the business developments that come along with it. Starting off, a huge thank you to our sponsors for this session, which is Evolution Gaming. Our next talk is one I'm particularly excited to bring to you. It's a presentation from a very dynamic character in the iGaming space. Let's take a look.
SiGMA Talk on Innovation with Todd Householder, Chief Product Officer at Evolution Gaming.
Hi, I'm Todd Householder. I am the Chief Product Officer at Evolution Gaming, and we focus on live casino products. That's all we do. We don't do slots or sportsbook or anything else. We're solely focused on that. And since I joined about 5 years ago, it's been an incredible ride. Most of the metrics in the company have about increased by something like 1,000%. And it's almost every single metric has grown at that level. So you've got like GGR, player counts, bet counts, almost every single metric you can think of has been on this sort of incredible ride. Even the number of employees has gone from something around maybe 800 to currently around 8,000 or so. With respect to our international operations, we're sort of all over the world. Our major operation is in Riga, Latvia, followed by Tbilisi, Georgia. We're in Malta, that's where we run our international studios. We deal in 18 spoken languages in Malta, because players like to play in their own language. We're in Romania, we're in New Jersey, we're in Vancouver. We've got a couple of other studios scattered around the world and expanding just about every quarter. Right now, I think we have about 6,000 or 7,000 dealers, or as we call them, game hosts or game presenters. And then there's another maybe 1,500 to 2,000 people to run the rest of the company. So it's a pretty big force. Our competitors, that's kind of an interesting question, and I have a bit of a unique take on that one. I don't view it as other companies making games. I view it as other things that people do indoors, and particularly on their phones, which means YouTube, Facebook, video game companies, Netflix. These are our major competitors because they're what players would be doing if they're not playing Evolution's games. And I think that's a really healthy way to think about it, because if you view them as your competition, it's just a tougher competitive set. And so it forces us to run faster, think deeper, provide stronger products that can compete with Tiger King or whatever crazy new show is on Netflix or something. And all of those are increasingly customized just for your tastes. And so, yeah, when we think about competition, that's really how we think about it. And why would somebody prefer us over maybe Netflix or something? Well, there's a couple of reasons. The first is we are the only one of all those that I mentioned that might actually pay you to be entertained. Doesn't always work out that way, but oftentimes it does. And then I would say it's we're live, and there's something really fresh about live. And we're 100% video, which is all the rage. If you look at like Facebook, for example, it has increasingly moved towards video. The hottest app in the world right now, which is TikTok, is a 100% video platform. That's just what people want to consume. They don't want to read anymore. Reading is very, 2005 or something like that. So they want video, and when they gamble, they want to enjoy video. So I think that allows us also to entertain the players in a better way, rather than if we just had animations. So there's something very human about it. And with that, obviously, comes things like errors and mistakes, and people say funny things and all that sort of stuff. But that's the authenticity of it that I think people really enjoy. And it allows us to really celebrate with players, and you feel like you have a friend on the other side of the camera. So I'd say that's really our competitive strength. And then technically, we're very sound. Just streaming in real time to millions of players is a very difficult tech challenge, and so we've gotten particularly strong in that arena as well. First of all, we're consumers of it. If you define it as Netflix and YouTube and all that sort of stuff, we're all on it all day long, and they are so big that they set users' expectations. So if they move a button or if they change an interface to a swipe or something like that, we have to be particularly aware, because increasingly players are going to expect that behavior from our games. So that's one of the things we do. If you define it as a more local competition, like other game makers, we've got a team internally called the I-Team, and what they do is they do nothing but see how our games live in the wild on operators' websites, and they play from the top 75 devices. So you walk in there and it's just devices everywhere, every phone you can imagine, every computer and tablet. And so they play our games in live environments with real money, small stakes, so that they can see how our games interact on different browsers, different devices, different sites, different everything. And then they also go out while they're out there in the wild, so to speak, and they look at our competition and they see how what new games are being launched. Typically, anytime anything is done in the live casino space, I'll get a report on it, immediately upon launch, and we like to see what others are up to. We're not particularly interested from a perspective of influencing our roadmap or anything like that. We're more looking at like maybe video game companies and things like that for inspiration to determine our roadmap. But when we look at what the competition is doing, it's interesting to know. People ask us about it. We want to know ourselves. We're curious. We want to know if they're going the same direction as us, and just generally what they're up to. So we're pretty much on top of it. One of the things that we did particularly well is we just sort of valued speed over maybe perfect decision making. So everybody took their respective domains. Operations got hit the hardest, but we started closing some tables, and we started thinking about the impact that's going to have on the network. And as we did that, each department head, and then even within departments, people were just making decisions rapidly and moving to keep the games running at all times. And then doing it in a safe manner where employees wouldn't be at risk of spreading or anything like that. And so really seeing the team sort of move super fast to address all these challenges. And there's no playbook. Companies say, oh, we have a disaster recovery plan. for every kind of disaster you could imagine. Well, not this one. And if you did, what you quickly realized was it was outdated after like the second day when governments came in and said, you can't be in the building anymore, or whatever they said. So it was a really big learning experience on the operational side, and we got through it and got through it well. We've got some really exciting stuff coming. We're launching a game here shortly called Crazy Time, and I can confidently say it's the most expensive game ever made. It took the most man hours, and I think it's the craziest game ever made. And while personal opinion, and maybe I'm biased, I think it's literally the most fun casino game ever made. We tried to set a standard, or achieve a standard, that it would be fun enough to watch, even if you weren't playing. Literally like a game show on television where there's just constant bonus rounds and madness, and it's got everything from a coin flip to these pick-a-box games, a Plinko game where you drop the puck and it kind of comes down, and it's just madness in every which way you can imagine, loaded with bonuses. I think players are really gonna love it. The signs from ICE have been super positive. It got an incredible reception at ICE, and we're really proud of that. I think it'll be the best launch we've ever had. That's coming soon. We're also doing the most requested game we've ever had, and that's Craps. It's a really hard game to get right for a variety of different reasons, but I think we've really nailed it. We've got this cool, like 1920s speakeasy, Al Capone underground vault style studio. We've got this mechanical arm called Mr. Lucky, who tosses the dice for the players. And I think it's just gonna be a smash up game. And that'll be really strong for our American audience as well, but we're gonna run it in Europe, and I think players are really gonna enjoy it. There's a lot of players that have always been curious about Craps, but maybe intimidated to go to the table. And now they'll be able to do it in the comfort of their own homes for low stakes, and I think they're really gonna enjoy it. So I'm looking forward to Craps. Are we interested in new verticals? We get asked that all the time. We've got a lot of clients, and we only provide live casino to them at the moment. And so people always ask, does Evolution want to be in slots or sportsbook or other areas? And I take a little bit of a different approach to it. I ask the question, why would you want to be in slots or any other vertical? But take slots. It would be to get slot players. And slot players play slots. But we've done a pretty good job with our game show genre, which includes games like Dreamcatcher and Deal or No Deal and Monopoly Live, and now Mega Ball, the newest member of the game show family. And we can see the slot players coming over. They are coming over. So it's an interesting question to ask. Do you need slots to get slot players? And probably you do to get a lot of them, but you can certainly get some of them, or a good chunk of them, with slot-like games that are done in a live format, where they can have big bonuses and make big money, have something to dream about, super visual, really good sounds, all those sorts of things. When we think about as Chief Product Officer, I think a little bit less about new verticals or new markets than I do about how to go and get new types of players. We did a game called Mega Ball recently, and this game is a bouncing ball game. And in its purest form, it's make lines and make money. If you get more lines on a card, it's a 5x5 bingo card. The more lines you make, the more money you make. Then at the end, we draw a Mega Ball, where if you make any lines with that ball, it can pay up to 100 times the otherwise would be prize. So it can get pretty high. So 5,000 is the max prize times 100 gets you very, very high. So a game like that will go and get bingo players, but it's not a bingo game. It's just you versus the casino trying to achieve lines. A game like Deal or No Deal or Monopoly Live can go and get slot players. We have a really clean, simple game called Top Card, which is done in a format called Football Studio. And they get on there and they talk about football and all that sorts of stuff, and it's a really clean game. And and that can attract sports players. So we will go into new markets. As markets open up, we'll be there for sure. But most of those markets will like the games that players in other markets like as well. There are some regional differences when you go to Asia or the United States. It can vary a bit, but overwhelmingly the way we think about it is types of players, not types of verticals.
A huge thank you to Todd from Evolution Gaming for his keynote presentation. There, it's always great to hear how the Evolution team are moving forward. And we had some great comments from you all in the chat as well, showing that you were enjoying the session. We had Yanni saying that she loves the views on competition and agreeing that global attention spans are getting shorter, so the need for more revitalizing games is increasing. We also have Jan, who said he's looking forward to playing Crazy Times as well, and people saying they were really looking forward to it. So Todd, a huge thank you from the SiGMA team. Great presentation, and we look forward to welcoming you at future events. Now, just a reminder to those that are looking to interact and engage and get involved in some games, at 4:30 p.m. CET today, we do have a poker tournament hosted by PokerStars, sponsored by Stars Affiliate. To get involved, it is a $50 sign-up fee with a prize pool of $3,500. Huge amounts of money to be won there. Really interesting. We have a lot of people saying they're very keen to sign up and play, so we'd love to hear tomorrow how everyone got on. Now, our next panel discussion is hosted by Becky Ligera of Air Media. We're really excited to welcome the next panel, because what is a SiGMA discussion without Becky and the Air Media team? So let's take a look at our next panel discussion.
Adapt and adopt. Different coping mechanisms amidst COVID-19 with Jesper Svensson, CEO at Betsson Group, and Jesper Kabrink, Chairman at Green Jade Games, moderated by Rebecca Ligero Fontana, interviewer at Calvin Air.
Hey everybody, welcome to the Different Coping Mechanisms in a Time of COVID-19 panel. I have two star leaders with me today. I have Jesper Svensson and Jesper Kabrink. Jesper Svensson is the CEO of Betsson Group, and Jesper Kabrink is the chairman of Green Jade Games. So thank you guys so much for joining us today, and we have lots to cover in 25 minutes, so let us jump right in. We know that innovation, always a big topic in the online gambling industry, but during a time of COVID-19, which is new for everyone in the world, I wanted to get your thoughts on what's happening right now with innovation in the online gambling world. Are we seeing more of it, or are we seeing less of it? Let us start with Jesper Svensson.
I mean, innovation is quite a broad area, so to speak. But I think, of course, you have seen a lot of changes, and for any organization, when you lose sportsbook, for example, you really start to look at, okay, what else can you offer within this vertical? And some things have been growing really well there when you strengthen the offering and so forth. But I wouldn't really call that innovation in itself. I mean, it's more to filling out for lack of something else. I think in general, it's a very innovative industry, of course, but the biggest innovation or shifts we see now, it's more in line of digitalization than anything else, because I think customers, they want to have an entertainment, they want to play for fun, and that is, I don't see that swifting really within the operators today. It's more just the importance of being online in a very good way and be able to give the products that you have in a fantastic way. That's where the innovation is, I believe.
Okay, Jesper Kabrink.
Yeah, you know me. I have a very strong opinion on the word innovation.
Yeah.
Yes. No. So we the industry has done a lot of clever and smart decisions, but as Jesper is saying here, I wouldn't call it innovation. I mean, we coped with changing everything super fast, but innovation is groundbreaking or disruptive, and we haven't seen these things, and they're not coming just because of COVID-19. They might come other because people have had more time, but we haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, it's an interesting
Still,
topic. Oh,
a
sorry,
lot
go ahead.
of good and clever decisions.
I think that it's really difficult for organizations now because it's such a time of uncertainty, right? We don't know what to expect in the future. A lot of companies are in survival mode. So how do you dedicate time to innovating? So I wanted to get your thoughts on this. How much of your day, of your week, of your month should teams be spending on looking at new ideas when we don't even know what the future holds? What are your thoughts on this?
I think
A lot. Sorry, Jesper, start.
Okay.
No, I think in the ways of working always, you need to allow some sort of thinking of what comes next basically, right? But if you start to say let's think about innovation, you will not get innovation in itself. It's not something you can force into that area. But I think the way you work as an organization and the way you try to push yourself in improvements in various areas, when you really do that is when suddenly you have some sort of breakthrough that could be very innovative. And as long as you keep pushing yourself, those things will come. But if you just stop the ordinary work and say let's focus on innovation, then I don't think the results will be very good, I'm afraid.
Okay, the other Jesper.
Yes, no, innovation, it's difficult. It's as Jesper saying, you can't force anyone to innovate, but you can create a climate for innovation. You can create a climate where you actually can afford to make errors, to test new things, and to have people actually daring to find disrupting things. And I think we have had more time. I think we will see things coming out of the COVID-19 era that will be innovation. But you can't force innovation. You can only build an environment that drives innovation. And I hope we can see that now.
Okay, very good. And I know that I've heard a lot of people say that some of the regulations that are coming out these days in a reaction to COVID-19 are more strict. I don't know what else is to follow. We shall see. But what are your thoughts on some of these stricter regulations that different jurisdictions are putting out, such as Sweden, such as the UKGC? And how is this impacting your business? How are you going to deal with this?
So if I start, I think in general, what happens now during this time is of course that a lot of the offline facilities have closed down within the gaming space, and that means that there is a structural growth towards online, so that is just being speeded up. So it's natural that you see in some countries that it's increasing on the online side, which in general I believe is of course a very good thing and very natural thing. So I don't think, I mean, regulators also need to understand that gaming overall, probably including online and offline, is not growing to that degree, and that companies really, you have to be smart as a regulator here, because if you want to have a good regulation, which means good canalization of actually companies playing within your framework, paying tax to you, you need to make that attractive enough to keep away the ones that don't want to have a license within that framework. And if you're too strict, or if you in some countries, for example, Latvia, that just closed down and revoked the gaming licenses, what that means is that it doesn't mean that players stop to gamble. Not at all. They just find other places to do that. And then they will not do that within the game work. So then the regulated companies, they are losing out, and the regulator is losing out. So the balance has to be better in some countries. And also regulated companies in general really do care about player protection. And that is what the regulator has to do, work together with those companies to make sure that the measurements actually keep players within the framework and do protect them as intended.
Okay, very good. And Jesper Carbrink, I know you have quite a lot of thoughts on this subject. So if you could just add your thoughts, that'd be great.
Yeah, sure. I mean, what Jesper said there is 100% correct. But I can be a bit more less diplomatic and just say that what the politicians are supposing now in a lot of countries is actually stupid. We all know this because we have the data. We know what happens when you try to regulate too hard. They are right now destroying a functional system with canalization. We also know that all the players that they try to protect are the players that they are not protecting now. These are the players that they push into the black market. So imposing more regulations just on a whim, it's not the way that the regulator should work. We know this. This is a bad thing. Honestly, it's a bad thing. It's a stupid thing to say it straight out. And yeah, I can go on forever. I mean, look at Sweden. They say that gaming has gone up. No, the only thing that's actually increased is horse racing, and that's one of the few things that does not have any further implications or further restrictions. So this is just, it's a political whim. It's unfortunate. This is the way it is today. It's Pyrrhus victories, and you try to solve a problem by creating a much larger problem further down the line. We see it everywhere, not only in gambling, but in this particular case. Sorry to say, it's stupid.
Yeah, I mean, the gambling industry in general really is very good about making sure our players are gambling safely. I know, Jesper, you and I had talked about the Mr. Green tool way back when, and I see that advertised on TV here in the UK. So congrats on that.
Thank you. But sorry. One thing that could be a good thing. The more regulations and the more restriction that is pushed on this industry, the smarter we have to be. And so it actually increases our creativity and could also drive some innovation. So try to find something good coming out of this. It could perhaps potentially be a good thing as well. But as a political response to gaming during COVID-19, it's bad.
Well, we like the silver lining, Jesper. Thank you. And I know a big issue for everybody right now is communication, to players, to partners, to your team, because we're not traveling. A lot of us are not going into the office still. We don't have actual in-person conferences right now. So I wanted to hear from both of you how you're managing this communication issue. Obviously, we have calls and Zoom calls and things like this, but maybe even on a deeper level, how do you handle having meaningful conversations with all of the above in a world of COVID-19? And we'll start with Jesper Carbrink this time.
Oh, for me, it's simple. I mean, we are a 5-man band, and I'm chairman in 3 other companies. So basically, my audience is the CEO in that company. I have been living COVID meetings pre-COVID because this is the way we're doing business in Green Jay. We scattered around Europe. So for us, it's not a problem. This is more of a challenge for Jesper Svensson, managing thousands of people and being there without being there and being seen without seeing is super difficult. And this is one of the challenges. And you lack that sense of being around people. Zoom, Skype, fantastic tools, but you don't get it all the way down there. So this will have a big implication. There will come out some positive things of it, absolutely. But it over time, it will be stressful for managers not meeting their peers. And being present is so key.
Yeah, please, Jesper, spend an ad. Yeah.
And also, I think in times like this, it's better to really communicate more than less, so to speak, and try to repeat your messages over and over in the various channels. And there is a lot of questioning going on. It's a very uncertain time, globally, and of course for many companies that is uncertain times as well, and that adds additional pressure to be clear. You have to be very, very clear in your communication, and it's also okay to say that you don't know. You say what you know, and you keep regularly to follow up and make sure that you are visible in the communication. You need to work with all the managers across your offices to make sure that everything is followed, also in relation to what are the local guidelines that applies for those countries. So it's not an easy task, but I think it has been going surprisingly well, I have to say, during this time. And I also think we are, despite the limitations we were speaking about before, we are incredibly fortunate, all of us, to be working in this fantastic industry, which is online gaming. That is really the future. We have proven that we are incredibly sustainable in a time like this. This is sustainability. You know, the digitalization is being speeded up, and we are in the right space. We are in online, basically. So when a lot of industries are going downwards, we are able to maintain some sort of levels. And I'm not speaking for everyone now, of course I'm not, because there are also many companies that have a big offline presence that are severely impacted by this as well. A lot that have online and offline, but the online side has proven to be very, very strong and sustainable. So I think there's also in a company like ours that is 97% online. It has also been good to really communicate that, listen, we are doing okay in this time, and that reassures people also that things are okay, and you keep repeating that, and you get people to drive forward. But communicate more than less is definitely key in this situation.
Very, very good. You do make a great point that this industry is so resilient. We've been through UEGA, we've been through Black Friday, lots of things. So we'll keep on going. So this industry also, we're very big on travel. It's a global industry. Many executives such as yourselves have been on airplanes for more hours than God knows. There's a lot of big offices, lots of money spent on big offices. And well, now that we know that we're able to succeed in our jobs from home, from having meetings remotely, I wanted to hear from you as to what do you think moving forward is going to be your strategy? Are you going to keep people at home? Are they going to be back in the office? Are you going to jump back on the plane? What do you think? And we will start. You're smiling, Jesper Svensson, so you can start. Yeah.
Me?
Go
I
ahead,
start.
Jesper Svensson,
Okay.
go ahead. Yeah.
I think, we have been also studying a lot, in regards to efficiency and working from home and what it really means for the output of an organization. And there seems to be like some sort of big difference that is happening when you reach around 500 employees. That is when the complexity reaches a certain level where it's very hard to keep that remotely. For smaller companies, it can be easier to keep up with it, but for bigger companies, the office will have a more important space. But I think what will happen in this period of time is that you will have to be more flexible going forward. You need to find new ways of just looking at the office as a 9 to 5 type of facility, Monday to Friday. Because also this can go on for quite some time, as we know. We don't know how long this will actually keep going and if it will come back. But office has a value. Social interaction really has a value. So I don't think we should forget about those things. Although we have seen good output during this time remotely, that shows that it also works to work remotely. So I think we will see some sort of more mixed future when it comes to this. So it's either or for me, but it's still also a bit early to say, I would say, because now many people really want to come back to the office. They are craving social interaction as well. So it goes a little bit in both directions here.
Jesper Carbon, please.
Yeah, no, I agree. What we will see here is not either or. It's a mix, and we know that people, the more time we spend on digital media or in the digital sphere, the more we need to go out. Look at cinemas. That's my favorite example. I mean, it's actually more convenient and more cheaper and easier to watch the film at home, and still the cinemas are filled today. And football is much better on TV, and still you go there live because you need to be among people. You need to feel that camaraderie and being about other human beings, feeling that warmth or whatever it is. And it's the same with an office. You need to go to an office. But what we see now is also that it works very well to work from home. And I even get a bit more efficient being at home because all that social interactions that I need, I don't have, and I spend that on working instead. So I think a mix will be absolutely the way going forward. And it will be so easy because now I can trust all the people that before you said, I'm going to do a day from home, everyone was a bit like, okay, what you going to do? Now everyone knows that I can be as efficient from home as from the office. So we will see much more mixed meetings with some zooming in and some in the office, etc., etc. So I definitely believe what Jesper is saying, that yes, we need offices, really cool and good offices, but we also need to have a good working structure where we can mix these things. And when it goes to traveling, I think we will travel less. I said it before and I say it again, that we've been on these flights so many times, that London flight, 6 o'clock in the morning and back at 9 o'clock in the night for a 2 hours meeting in the city. Why doing it? It's like, no, I will not do it again. There's no need. So there will be changes, absolutely. We have a conference right now, SiGMA, we're in Asia, we're in Manila. Well, of course, we would like to have been in Manila, meeting people, greeting people, having dinners and things like that. This is good. This is really, really good. And if I, for some reason, couldn't go to Manila, I hope they broadcast it so I can see this brilliant people talking about the issues and the problems. But I also want to go there. So it's going to be a mix, 100% a mix.
Very, very good. And if I could get another prediction from both of you, when it comes to consolidation, this was something that was happening pre-COVID. Wondering what your guys' thoughts are on how the pandemic is going to impact the trend that we were seeing before of consolidation. What do you guys think? Jesper, oh, sorry, Jesper Svensson.
So, okay, I started, but I think, you know what, of course there will be a continuation of this happening, and it will speed it up in some areas, but there is also evaluation question that is happening now, because discussions around the value on this and the impact of this can also make some negotiations go on a little bit longer, so to speak. But sport is gonna come back, activity is gonna come back, and right now I think that we will see more companies looking to buy other companies if they have the financial strength to do so, and if people are then also to accept the new conditions on the seller side. But ultimately, yes, it's a continuation, and it's not going to slow it down. That's my prediction.
No, yeah. I agree. I don't think it will be. It will continue, and it will not slow it down. It might even speed it up, because some companies are seeing how vulnerable they are in times like this. If you're a large operator of physical casinos, you wouldn't mind having some digital assets these days. And if this continues and happens again, you know that you have to balance this, and having your small online casino, one brand, being 10% of your revenue, while the offline business is much more. I think we will see some of these bigger giants, actually, they should be looking at some acquisitions right now. But nevertheless, has been an underlying trend in the industry for some years now to consolidate. And for me, that's 100% natural. Gaming industry is historically built on a number of large oligopols, because you want big pools, you want big numbers to play for, etc., etc. So that what we had the last 10 years, it's a bit of a abnormality in my opinion, and I think we go back to that. So there's also such a scaling business since it's totally online and digital. So yes, I think we will see a continuous trend of consolidation, and I think it actually can increase, not perhaps only due to COVID-19, but with some effect it will have. Yes.
Yeah. Very, very good. Another thing we've seen, obviously, we just mentioned that sports are coming back. So we haven't had sports for a while, but we have had some growth in eSports, both super hot topics over the past couple of months. What do you guys think when we start to see more sports, when football's back, when everything's back? Are we going to have sports at the level that they were? Is it going to be less? Is eSports taking over? What do you see in this area of the industry? I'll start with.
I think it will boom, totally boom. We are so lacking what if anything this Corona crisis has shown is how much we love our sport. And I mean, I looked at I spoke to a friend of mine being on one of the Swedish TV channels, and they started to broadcast Bundesliga, and it's crazy. They have more viewers on Bundesliga than they have on Champions League right now. So it's we're craving this, and betting will come with that. I have found it very, very interesting to see how eSport has popped up, and for me it's an amazing, it's a fantastic sport to watch and also to bet on. And what we have is a shift in generations. What I bet on is what I played when I was a kid and then watched as a grown-up, football, and in my case some bandy and some other sport, but mostly football. These kids are not playing that much football and perhaps not watching that much football, but they consume a lot of eSport. And those are soon becoming 18, 20, 25, etc., etc. So there will be a boom in eSport. And now it's been only eSport and some table tennis from Russia, basically. But so it's bigger now than it should be. But I think it will continue from a higher level. So eSport is really here to stay, and it's proven and took its chance during these times, I would say. So yes, I believe eSport will have a strong future. I definitely believe that sports will boom and betting on sports will boom. And Jesper will be super happy.
Listen, I fundamentally agree with you on that, Jesper. We already see what is happening now with the German football, as you say, right? So this will not take away interest at all, and people are really, really craving it. And if you think about it, yes, you can't go and watch it as you used to do. But what is it? Out of the people who watch Premier League in the world, how many go to a match? I mean, 98% or 99% is still only watching it on TV, regardless in the global sense of things, though. So right now, Germany was first out, and it's gonna increase the popularity of that league to a level that it was not before. People are reading on to clubs that they were not interested in before, just because they love football, and that will never go away. So I also think it will be good when everything come back. It will be even a higher level.
Amazing. Well, a nice positive note to conclude our panel on. Thank you so much, both Jespers, and a big thank you to SiGMA Asia for bringing us all together today. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye.
Well, a huge thank you to Becky Laguerre and the two Jespers there for a really interesting discussion on moving forward with COVID-19. Now, if you are watching us on YouTube or Facebook, I would highly recommend you head over to swapcard.com. Use the code SiGMA in full letters, where you can actually interact with other delegates. We had a really interesting discussion on the chat there during that panel discussion on working from home and productivity. We had some really interesting comments come in as well. Darren Moore was saying that he's agreed in working from home for the past 6 years. It has really increased his productivity. We've had comments from someone who's called Christian, who was saying that as actually a business development manager, once his old CEO had said if he sees his sales directors in the office 3 consecutive days in a row, his CEO said he would get rid of them, because it's really important to go out and have those face-to-face interactions. We had Ricky, who said as a business development manager for Tesla Labs, you can only gauge the integrity of a customer through face-to-face interaction. So really interesting to see how things will pick up post-COVID once the world starts to return to normal. Now, on the topic of hiring a really strong and core team, our next panel discussion will look at building that $1 million team. Let's take a look.
Hiring and building $1 million team with Martin Collins, Director of Business Development at Gaming Innovation Group, and Eric Bergman, founder at Great.com. Moderated by Jonathan Shaw, Director at SiGMA Group.
Okay, here we are for SiGMA Summit, and with a great panel on HR. Let's cut to the chase and dive right into it. Martin and Eric, question 1. In 3 words, what are 3 features that $1 million team must possess? Martin, you go first.
I think we need to be agile.
I think we need alignment across everybody within the team, and I think we need to be humble.
Okay, Eric.
It's a good question. I think for me the most important thing is trustworthiness and optimism and energy. If you have those three things, you'll get a long way.
Okay, great features, but is it realistic with different people, different dynamics, different personalities? Eric?
Yeah, I would definitely say it is. For me, I think as long as you communicate well, which is the trickiest part, but if you're trustworthy and honest and you're open in your communication, I think that you can accomplish anything with pretty much any group of people.
Yeah, and one word that neither of you mentioned is the word leadership. Don't you think that the kind of leader of the team will play an important role for this?
Well, I think everybody needs to take a role in leadership rather than just one particular person. If everybody takes that as part of their responsibility, then actually having one individual at the peak isn't as important.
Yeah. Eric, your take on this?
I like Martin's take. I mean, I consider everyone to be a leader. I think for me, we're just leaders in different areas of life. Sometimes we just lead ourselves, and sometimes we lead millions of people. But I believe all of us are always leaders in some areas of our lives and always followers in some areas of our lives.
Yeah.
So I definitely see leadership being a necessity, but I don't think it's possible to even try without leadership, because I don't think you'll find any people who are never leaders.
Yeah, fine, cool. Let's go to question 2. We have a lot to discuss in a short time, and I'd like to keep the momentum. We're talking about iGaming sector here. There is harsh competition between iGaming companies to attract talent with, unfortunately, substantial poaching at times. There are also different schools of thought. Should I poach, have someone who's good, proven and ready, or should I nurture? What's your take on this?
So I've been suffering through what poaching can lead to. I think one of the main downsides of having a business in Malta, where my previous business was that everyone else was there too. So there was always someone poaching and something happening. Today, my approach to this is I want to create a business that is so different from everything else, that attracts so different people than all other companies, that it's more or less impossible to poach the people, because they're there for the greater cause. They're there for that team rather than for their individual journey. And if you focus enough on creating a business that stands out for itself, that people make a mission to be a part of, then poaching isn't a problem anymore.
Okay. Martin?
Yeah, I think that's a great answer, Eric. I've spoken a lot over the years about purpose-led activity in terms of trying to hire. Over the last 15 years, we've worked in a candidate-driven market, which makes that very, very difficult, especially if you want to achieve your goals quickly and you want to be agile and work towards things. But the fact of the matter is if you do have a purpose as an organisation, then you're more likely to get the type of people that you want on board, and they're less likely to leave. So totally agree with you, Eric.
Yeah, so how... Sorry, Eric, go.
I think one of the challenges in the gaming industry is the constant urgency. Like, everyone wants to grow quick. Everyone wants to scale quick. I've never heard a company talk about like a 10-year plan for anything, and like recruiting with a 10-year plan. I mean, when I used to hire people, I used to think of, I really want this person to be the right one so you can put this problem away and move on, which meant to a lot of mistakes in hires and a lot of rushed hires. So you end up with the wrong people for the wrong spot because of that urgency. And to me, this is typical for the entire gaming industry, more or less. I've been too urgent when I've been hiring, but also seen lots of people working with me, or that has been working with me, that's been getting very senior positions elsewhere that were completely underqualified, and no one even tried to check the references with me, for example. So I can see that other organizations don't really do much reference checks either.
Yeah, but are millennials ready for a 10-year plan? I mean, employ someone today, a 25-year-old, with a 10-year plan. Good luck.
So personally, I believe that if a company has a long-year plan, it's inspirational. and people will want to stay. I mean, the way I'm building great right now is that I want everyone to join in to stay for 50 years, because that's kind of my own time span. I see this as a 50-year mission, and I make all the decisions based on a 50-year mission. And it's very, very rare. And sure, lots of people don't resonate with that, and lots of people wouldn't start working with us. But there are also many people out there who look for a bigger picture, who looks for a longer term mission, who loves the long-term thinking. And I think the long-term thinking is something that's missing in our society in general.
Yeah, I agree with this. So Martin, following on Eric's kind of input here, what would you do as an HR specialist as well to retain talent besides salaries and wages? Because even with COVID now, what are budgets?
Okay, so you have the purpose, first of all. You need to keep people challenged. If you're going to have a 50-year plan, like Eric pointed out, okay, the trick to that is that the individual continues to grow, but within that same organization. Often when people leave a position and go to another organization, it's because they're not feeling challenged anymore. So if you maintain that element of challenge within their role, then they're more likely to stay. So you need to focus upon that. But then we need to start talking about things like flexibility as well. It's becoming very pertinent that working from home, the data says that a lot of people much prefer it. It's better for the environment. So therefore you have that purpose-led element again. And if you can adjust and everybody doesn't necessarily need to be in the office, then it plays into people's lives, and then people can build their life around their job rather than their job around their life.
Yeah. So Eric, with this remote working, which COVID has been a catalyst for this. I know iGaming companies were already a bit flexible in certain working arrangements, sometimes more than traditional companies. iGaming companies were also very agile to quickly adapt to this COVID-19 home remote working approach. But are the pros, are the cons? Isn't working together in a physical office as a team better? Are we going to miss something?
I mean, I completely agree with what Martin just touched upon, that the importance is that we challenge each other and that we can have this flexibility. And with flexibility comes so many things. And just as you touch upon here, Jonathan, is that there is ups and downs with it. And for me, having a remote organization, it completely outweighs the negatives once you get it going, but it's really, really hard. And no one has really figured this out. Well, no one. Very few companies have figured out how to do this. We are fully remote, but we're only 8 people, and we still struggle with how to have our meeting culture, how to make people feel seen and heard and feel safe. I think something that we didn't touch upon in the question of how to keep people is, how do we get people to feel safe? How do people feel that they can have a belonging with a group and that they can actually talk to people about the hard stuff in life? Like, how do you get a group where people open up about divorces, and where the manager, the leader, might actually talk about their sick child in front of people, and that's an environment that is encouraged and okay. And I think this is the most crucial part in terms of building a sustainable team, because a team is not just people working together. A team is people who trust each other. And it's really hard to build trust when you don't meet each other. So I think that this is the biggest challenge when it comes to a remote organization. How do you create an environment where people feel the same sense of belonging and trust and willingness to open up about the hard things in life and the real things in life, not just office talk?
Yeah, agreed. I mean, I think trust in leading teams is the $1 million kind of word here. In fact, Google had done a great exercise on the concept of psychological safety in teams. And this is part of trust, the learning zone, being able to work together to achieve more, even doing mistakes. So now post-COVID with remote working, do you think that companies, even iGaming companies, are going to remain with this setup or go back to pre-COVID times? What's your take, Martin?
I think what you'll find is that off the bat it will be some sort of hybrid, okay? Because when we first went into COVID, there was individuals in every organisation that weren't set up in order to work from home. So there's a small percentage, about 20%, that don't feel as productive when they're working from home. They might have kids who are having to school online at the moment. They might not have the infrastructure within their apartment or their house. So there is a percentage of every organisation where working from home doesn't necessarily work. So I think what you'll find is that a hybrid model where some of these individuals will go back. I understand that you can't be at full capacity in the office in any case. There's still going to have to be social distancing, etc. So I think the ones that have the infrastructure at home and have found themselves more productive and managed to, again, to build their job around their life rather than their life around their job, okay, I think you'll find that they'll continue to work from home, and they'll really continue to embrace this flexibility.
Okay. I wonder if Eric?
Yeah, I agree with Martin. I think, so I've read this thing that after COVID, there will be two kinds of people. Those who believe that everything is about remote work, and those who have small kids at home. And I think that makes a lot of sense. Like, it's very easy. I don't have kids. It's very easy for me to say remote job is the future, but I haven't been working from home with 3 kids running around and trying to make sense out of that. So I believe that most companies will go back to still a mostly in the office kind of culture, but there will be a bit more remote than it was previously. And I think that we will see companies splitting up in either being a remote first organization or an office first organization. I think it depends a lot about what the founders want.
Yeah.
So for me, my intention when I started Great was that we need to have an office. And when we were 2 people, I realized I don't want to sit in an office. I want to work from home whenever I do. And if it doesn't even work for 2 people to meet, then we're definitely not going to make this work. So it's kind of come from my intrinsic eager need of working remotely. That's how I want to work. Then that becomes the way we build the entire organization, and we attract the people who wants that. I think it's really hard to go from having an office and an office culture into working fully remotely. But if you're fully remotely from day one, you need to do the meetings in a fully remote manner. You need to attract people who wants to work like that. You need to put systems in place so you can create this kind of safety and honest and trustworthy environment that you can have around the water cooler, where you can actually see on someone's face that they're not having the best energy, or you can feel there's something in the air, which is really hard if you're only talking to each other an hour every now and then on Zoom.
Yeah. So if there's a leader, a team leader listening and watching us discuss this, can you give him one tip or give her one tip that she has to start doing by managing remote teams more effectively? One tip each, maybe?
Well, my advice would be that you can't take the way that you did things in the office into remote. It's an entirely different scenario. So therefore, understand where your teams, where they require the communication. Communication has to increase tenfold when you're working remote.
Yeah.
Because if it doesn't, then you lack that alignment that I spoke about earlier. So therefore, my advice would be, don't think that you can replicate what you do in the office in a remote world.
Yeah. Eric, your tip?
Yeah, so we're doing something which is quite out of the ordinary. We start all of our meetings. So when we have Zoom calls with a lot of people in the team, we start all our meetings with what we call a check-in process, which is everyone starts by talking for 30 seconds to a minute about where they are emotionally in their lives right now. And that could be something small, like I haven't really slept well lately because of this or that. Or it could be something huge, like I just had a baby, my life is falling apart, I don't know what to do, I'm just fighting with the missus all the time. And kind of give that space. And everyone starts by giving a percentage between 1 and 100 of their kind of current energy level and presence. So we get an idea how distracted people are or how well they're feeling, which is something that you would sense in a normal room pretty easily, like who is doing what, where are people, but something that's easy to miss out on in a remote organization. And it's something where the leader really needs to take charge and be the one who dares to be open and vulnerable, who actually dares to talk about the real problems in life. Because otherwise, everyone is just going to check in saying, I'm good. Martin is good. Jonathan is good. But actually open up and share like, okay, guys, I'm going through something rough right now. My grandmother is dying and it really bothers me to see my father looking at her.
Yeah.
Like, daring to say those things, I think, creates a bond in a remote organization that is really hard to create otherwise.
Yeah, that's great.
Do you see any negative impact on that, Eric? Because it's not normal that you say it's quite out there, right?
So once again, we attract people who want this kind of environment. I'm pretty sure that some people don't want to be a part of that environment and don't feel safe to be a part of this environment. But we even record our meetings and we post them on YouTube because we want people to be able to see this. And we've managed to accomplish a really safe organization where one teammate not long ago, and I dare to say this because he posted it on YouTube himself. He actually brought up in his check-in that the sex life with his girlfriend doesn't work right now, and he's feeling very frustrated about that they're not making any progress. And that's something he said in front of the entire team, but it has taken us a long time to reach a point where people feel safe enough to bring those things up. And I'm sure that bringing a new people into this environment could be very tricky, and it has that downside, but it comes with the upside of everyone feeling very safe and trusted with each other.
Okay. So, thanks for sharing, both of you. So let's go to another question. It's a bit of an offshoot about remote working as well and COVID. So with more freelancers working from home as well, some people lost their jobs, some people looking at other opportunities. Do you think that iGaming companies should also look at talent, managed services, or through Upwork or Fiverr, like services on demand? What's your take on this, rather than people in full-time employment?
So personally, my experience with hiring, especially if you're a small company, my experience with hiring designers and programmers and stuff is that once you build the entire product, there's so much work to be done. So it's easy to end up hiring more people than you need. And then at least I did the mistake of trying to keep them busy. I spent a lot of my time thinking about what kind of projects can they do, what can they design. So me as a leader take a lot of my time to come up with ideas that we actually don't really need, and they end up doing busy work because we really needed them when we built the first large-scale product. So I think holding back on recruitment and using designers or freelancers one way or another when you're scaling up is very valuable, because it's easy to believe that that huge need will maintain, but a lot of the time it fluctuates over time.
Okay.
What's your take, Martin?
Yeah. No, I agree. I think the ability to scale up and scale down quickly is really important. And not just for a startup, but even for established corporate organizations. Like you said, you think the work is going to continue forever, but that's not necessarily the fact, particularly if you're building a platform or a product. Once you've got it and then it needs to be maintained, the requirement to develop it isn't quite as high. So to be able to outsource when you do have a requirement and keep your business lean, and I think this is, if you spoke to the majority of founders within the iGaming industry, many of them would say that they wish that they'd kept their operation much leaner than they did, and ended up probably a little bit overstaffed and in a bit of difficulty from a headcount perspective. So yeah, no, I totally agree with you, Eric.
Cool. All right. So we're rounding up. We're nearing to the end. We spoke about companies and leaders. What can team members do? Give me one word each that a team member must do to enter the $1 million team.
Okay, I think they have to be committed to the goal.
Yeah, Eric?
Committed.
Communicate well. That's 2 words. Communicate.
Communicate. Okay. Guys, I must say easily, this has been a great gig. So, so thanks for your time. And I hope we added some value out there. And yeah, looking forward to meet you in person as well.
Thank you, Jonathan. John. Have a lovely day.
Cheers.
Yep, all the best.
Great panel there from Martin and Eric, and thank you to Jonathan Shaw for moderating. We had some really interesting comments in the chat on Swapcard as well, and one person actually had spoken out. Vikram had said that can a 10-year plan really work in an iGaming industry where things move so quickly? Is 10 years just too much of a large time frame? Matthias has said that isn't the problem that companies don't seem to have a plan you can develop along with. So really nice to see some interaction there and some people that were enjoying the panel as well. Our next panel discussion is also moderated by Jonathan Shaw. We have a fantastic lineup for our next discussion. I look forward to sharing with you, and share your thoughts in the comments. We'll read those out after the discussion. Let's take a look at what's next.
A 4.5 billion market, the Asian dream, with Paris Smith, CEO at Pinnacle, and Paul Fox, CEO at Latu. Moderated by Jonathan Shaw, Director at SiGMA Group.
So here we are, another panel, great lineup. Hi Paris, hi Paul, thanks for joining us. Let's cut to the chase and start with the first question. You know, we have a lot to discuss, and yeah, I want to listen to your thoughts and ideas. So Asia Pacific market, large population, increased mobile phone and internet penetration, and rapid economic growth. Is this an office dream, Paris?
I think definitely. And you can add to that by adding payment processing. So that was always a big hindrance historically. And there's a lot of payment processing options. What's interesting though, is they're different. They're very manual. They're not as, they're not net teller, but they're still great options.
Okay, Paul, from your side.
Yeah, I think so. What we've seen a lot of companies in Asia doing in the past years is diversifying more just from China to the likes of Vietnam and Thailand, which, as Paris said, are now starting to have more payment options. So that's really where a lot of people are mitigating risk and trying not to have all their eggs in that Chinese basket, as there's been more and more issues there, and looking at the likes of not just Vietnam and Thailand, but also Malaysia and some other countries. Ones like Malaysia, which were more credit-based markets, that are now starting to shift more towards cash as well.
Okay, so am I understanding right that the growth and the opportunity depends a lot on the payment options, or there are other factors in place?
I mean,
I think there's a lot of options.
Payments is, yeah.
Like, can you elaborate maybe?
I'll let you talk, Fox.
Go, Paul.
Okay, I was going to say ladies first, but I'll go first. Of course, there's many factors at play. Payments is arguably always going to be number one because it's the most important thing. If you can't deposit or you can't withdraw, then how can you gamble? But there's so many facets at play, and I think a lot of the operators that have done well in the Asian markets outside of China, likes of Thailand and Vietnam, are ones that have had a good mobile offering. Some of them have been not just focused on sports, but have more of a slot focus as well. And having that good product offering, having the good payment offering as well, and then combined with a good team, a good product, good marketing, is very multifaceted.
Yeah. Paris?
Yeah. I think, Paul makes a great point. All the other countries, they're very, very relevant now. But it's all about localization. And that's a mistake that a lot of people make. They think Asia's one market, but it's all very, very specific.
Okay, and the difference would be great between, say, China, Cambodia, Vietnam, Philippines, for example?
I would say so.
Yeah.
Example?
Yeah, lots of differences.
Can you give us some tangible examples there, for example?
The type of sport that they bet?
Yeah, that's what I was about to say as well. So in China, for example, NBA basketball is incredibly popular. As an individual league would be number one, whereas in the likes of, again, Thailand and Vietnam, it's far more weighted towards football to soccer.
Okay.
So that would be one example.
And baseball.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure. And where can we expect to see the Pacific Asia market in 5 years or 10 years' time?
I I would hope that it will continue to grow as that region, as Asia Pacific continues to grow, and I think that there's obvious scope for more growth in the market. Is incredibly competitive, but I think that the most innovative operators, those that have the best product offering, will continue to flourish and grow.
Okay, Paris.
And I think with like Japan, Korea, technology is going to be really key because those are very forward-thinking technology countries, and they're great markets.
Okay, so on the flip side, why would an Asian operator be interested in setting up shop in Europe? For example, we've seen Yabo endorsing some European football clubs like Man United and Leicester City, when it's clear that the client is predominantly in China.
So if I can answer that with Yabo, I don't think, and I don't work for Yabo, but my understanding is that they don't have any interest in that market. They're doing it to target China, but from Europe, because like I said, as a new brand to the market, they want to establish credibility, brand recognition. So by partnering with the biggest teams in the world, like Manchester United, that benefits them in their target market of China, which is why the majority of the Premier League football teams are sponsored by, businesses that are based in Manila.
Okay. Paris, anything to add to that?
No, he's 100% correct. It's basically difficult to market into the Asian market because of the grayness. And one of the workarounds is to sponsor a huge league or team, sorry. And then you get the exposure and the confidence from the players that you have a legitimate organization.
Okay. Cool. We're trying to wrap up slowly here. Paris, is there a question which, if you were instead of me in this chair, you would like to ask Paul? And Paul vice versa.
What would be an emerging market within Asia?
I would say one that it's not totally emerging, but it's certainly moving in that direction because it's been popular for some time, is Thailand. I would say that's where a lot of operators that have done well have seen a lot of growth there in the past few years.
And Paul, it's
I think that was predominantly agent-driven, and that whole kind of concept is changing. So that would
exactly
correct. Your answer is correct.
Yes.
And Paul to Paris.
For Pinnacle, you said obviously you're primarily sportsbook focused. Do you see yourself becoming more casino centric and looking to expand upon your casino offering?
Yes, COVID has pushed casino to the forefront. So we're going to really take a serious look at that. It's always taken backseat to getting a better tennis product, eSports product, and now we need to walk and chew gum.
So Paul, you've been in Asia now. So how has your journey been? How has the Asian landscape evolved since you've moved there?
It's evolved massively. When I first moved over to the Philippines, CESA was the licensing body in the Philippines, and it was in its infancy, and as was the industry. So there were far less companies here, and the companies that were here had far less staff. In 2016, when Duterte became president and it switched to PAGCOR and you had the master licenses and the sub-licenses, the amount of operators grew exponentially. And further down the line, over the course of the past couple of years with the likes of Yabo, they've adapted to a different marketing strategy, which is more labor intensive, which requires more Chinese marketing staff. So that there's a far greater number of Chinese nationals on the ground here. So been a lot of changes over the past decade or so.
Okay, Paris, anything you want to share from your journey?
It's been about 11 years, 12 years since we've had a presence. And, I think we've learned a lot. And, again, the one thing I like is the camaraderie between all the different operators. That's very, that helps a lot. Like some of my closest allies in the industry, Michael, not with us. But yeah, it's, I think just to be able to get the right people focus on the right markets, and make sure that your product can support that.
Okay. And the past developments have been critical for Pinnacle. So how can you summarize the way forward now?
I think just getting more localization for the esports, for the casino, and we're just going to keep pushing out our strong product. Pinnacle solution is very, very popular. That's, kind of similar to a OneWorks, where we're able to use our trading expertise, get more market.
And Paul, you mentioned parkour. How do you expect Philippines now to move forward?
That's a good question. I think at a macro level, there's so much money being generated by the industry in the Philippines that it's past the point of no return. And although things always get pushed, there always seems to be a solution in the end. And I think for the remainder of Duterte's presidency, which is another couple of years to go, that it will continue. But really, the next major barrier will be when there's another presidential election in the Philippines, because it's only ever a one-term presidency. And who knows, there could be a new president that wants to go in a completely different direction.
Okay. Thank you both. That's a wrap. Thanks, Paris. Thank you, Paul. It's been a pleasure to chat with you, and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Well, a huge thank you to Jonathan Shaw for moderating that. For Paris as well, 2020 has been a hugely successful year for Pinnacle. So thank you so much for joining us on the line. And Paul as well, you shared some really valuable insights as someone that's on the ground in the Philippines, up and running and working with regulators there. One really interesting comment that Paul made was that actually Thailand is considered an emerging market. So I took to the Swapcard platform into the group chat and just asked you all what you thought. And we have some really interesting announcements there. Luna actually responded that there's many localized games in Asia, and for example, slots aren't that popular in China. So there is some engagement going on there. Really appreciate your comments and feedback. Now let's take a look at what is up next. But for now, this is the end of the HR and business session. So thank you so much to BetConstruct, who are our sponsors of the day. Well, we're back now with our next session of the day, sponsored by Digitain and its business and challenges. Now, this next presentation is slightly different to the panels that we just had. It is an amazing 10-minute presentation, very dynamic, and I'm sure you're going to be glued to your screens. We want to hear from you how you find this as well. So if you are watching us on Facebook and YouTube, use the hashtag SiGMAAsia. And if you are on Swapcard, share your thoughts in the comments. I'll be reading those out shortly after, but enjoy our next panel discussion.
The gloves are off and the bets are on. McGregor versus Tyson with Sergey Portnov, CEO at Parimatch.
Hi SiGMA and everybody over there watching this amazing event over your phone or laptop. I'm here to speak on an interesting topic on our brand collaboration with big stars such as Conor McGregor and Mike Tyson. At the outset of my presentation, I would like you to understand how our amazing partnership with two mega personalities has come to realization. We have been building or rebuilding our brand Parimatch as a brand of men, and our brand mission is let men be men. So we wanted to instill this alpha spirit within Parimatch. It's a crucial thing. Knowing that we are sponsors of UFC, knowing that we sponsor so many boxers, so many UFC stars, it automatically implants DNA of fighting into Parimatch, and fighting is all about male, alpha, masculine energy. So once our brand has been refined and we already knew we are aggressive enough, we have this electric yellow colors, our communication is daring, it's bold. We have realized we need to complement this brand with external energy of someone who bears the same spirit, who carries the same spirit. We analyzed the entire market, trying to understand who would fit. And through understanding of our demographics, our audience, who they are, who our partner is, who our client is, how they think, who they admire, we are kind of split on an opinion who should be the single ambassador, because we have young audience, we have older audience who are more VIP oriented, who, I would say more conservative, they have old habits. I mean, they're we call them from the previous century, so they do not represent this modern contemporary times. We picked two stars who were perfectly matching this description. First one, Mike Tyson, a legend of the sport, a person who has led many people, to follow him, to change, to become a boxer. I mean, after all, he is a person who has millions, hundreds of millions admirers, people who respect him for his achievements, despite his unorthodox personality and his maybe sometimes controversial moves. But overall, he has this legacy, and this legacy is represented by millions and millions of people who respect him. On the other angle, you have Conor McGregor, a star, a face of MMA or a face of a fighting world today. Charismatic, enigmatic, absolutely crazy, daring, brave, Irish, Viking. This guy is just something else. Not only he is amazing in fighting, he managed to achieve even more success beyond octagon. What he does when he speaks in a conference.
And saying, shut your mouth, kid. You're getting paid what you got your last fight. Well then, down, Mike.
When he holds a microphone, or how he deals with audience, it's a magician, in true colors. And once we figure out those two, if we bring them together, we would be able to merge our fragmented clientele, because everyone has their own idol. We saw that these two would match well because they both represent a fighting spirit. They both from different eras. They both have something unique to speak about. After all, they're really different. So once we signed them up, I mean, even the process of signing was a special one, because they knew we had to persuade them that we are true fans of MMA, of a boxing spirit. It's not just a commercial deal when you come and you just buy someone like I mean, those guys do not work like that. They need justification why they need to represent your brand. After all, we are a betting gaming brand, and betting always carries extra risks for them. So we explained it's UFC, our brand is something else. We don't want to be some boring, ordinary gray brand who just talks bad. We wanted to bring it to a new level, how we communicate. They believed in us, and they gave us a shot at this new approach to marketing, because we have not created something new. Brand ambassadors have been used throughout sport or throughout commercial business for many years, maybe 50 years. People have been using big stars to represent their name.
So, do I like Byron?
What I think where we innovated is in a way how we work with those stars daily, and we created a real bond, a real relationship with them. It's not one-off communication when you meet with them, shoot a clip and just say, okay, thank you, Conor, we're all done. No, they have to be engaged with you throughout a year or throughout the period when you're signed with them. You have to communicate with them formally and informally. You have to use them even internal within your organization for internal, informal and formal communications. To celebrate someone's birthday, to congratulate on a big event, internal, be it a corporate event, be it a summer camp or something. They have to be involved all over the place. It's really important. That's how they connect with you and they understand what you're all about, and they give you that energy. Because if you just buy their time and you rent them out, they will deliver exactly the same. They will not put their passion into it. Look at Connor. I mean, Connor is a really hard guy to deal with. Everyone knows. He is known for having his own time zone in which he lives. He has his own pace. So for many sponsors or even UFC, they find it struggling to deal with him. However, those who manage to get connected with him, they'll get 120% from Connor's abilities. And that's what we achieved with him. When he visited us in Kiev, in Moscow, even if you review his participation in the events, public events, when he was speaking, promoting fights, promoting Parimatch, I mean, guy gave 120%. It's just genuine Connor with all this, controversial attitude, sharp quotes, humor. Like, it was all there. I mean, this thing cannot be bought with money. That thing can only be earned through right relationship of a brand name, team behind the brand name, and the star. And we managed to do that, to achieve that with Tyson and Connor. The relationship has been extremely healthy. Tyson has his own audience. He has people who love him more. Upon Tyson's visits, we could see that the loyal audience of his was very different from Connor's. It's people who are, I would say 35, 40 years old and above. I would say more elegant, more VIP. They have a handshake. They don't get too crazy. They're really calm. It's just a very different psychological portrait of a client, user, punter, call him how you want it. When Connor came in, it's just he was like a tsunami. As he walked, people were almost, passing. They were losing their feet, falling. Like, oh my God, Connor! Like a girl who sees a Backstreet Boys star. Both of them carry two different effects, and we managed to create this double impact and use them in our communications. We use them cleverly. We do not overexploit, because the question we get asked: how do you measure the success? Do you get increase in turnovers? There is no way to measure something like this, because it's too straightforward to measure turnovers. The only thing you can measure is the magnitude and the impact of your entire brand over the period of time. Of course, we know how to measure that. We have digital tools to measure that. You can measure it through keyword analysis. You can measure it through polls, surveys, various methods to do it. And that's exactly what we have done. And we've seen a massive rise of Parimatch popularity across the world, even though we were only promoting those big stars accessibly, I would say, in our region where we operate. Still, the effect has been even beyond the territories we have been targeting. It just shows that whenever you complement your strong brand with another strong brand, 1 + 1 = 3 or 4, not 2. And that's an impact we have seen. So those guys, those stars, with all due respect, they are, I would say, now pillars of Parimatch brand, because they're helping daily to instill this DNA of a mature fighting spirit with this alpha energy. Every day they seed it into our brand, and that's exactly what we have been aiming for. We wanted to have a brand, alpha, masculine, daring, bold, unordinary, who breaks stereotypes, aggressive, and those guys literally standing there and being true ambassadors of that energy. and we love that. I mean, that relationship has been as healthy as ever. We, of course, will continue because it's no longer, I would say, ambassadorship deal. It's a friendship deal being extended. And this is extremely valuable. And I would advise everyone who pursues ambassadorship with a football star, I don't know, Hollywood star, whoever you pick, you have to ensure your brand matches their values, or your corporate culture matches the culture of the person you're picking. Because if you manage to find a synergy between two cultures, that's when you will create 150% value. That's the only way. In other case, you will just, I would say, you would rent their time, they would do a clip, and that's it. 3 months gone, star will be forgotten. They have to become a part of your legacy, part of your brand for a long time. They have to be a part of the history of a brand. It means you have to work on another level, much deeper. You have to communicate. CEO or owners have to communicate with those stars frequently so that they're connected. And that's how you will get their attention of a star, and that's how you will get them truly push and give efforts towards you. On the last note, I would recommend now to seriously sit down as a CEO with your marketing team and consider the list of stars you want to pursue, because now it's a perfect opportunity. Those guys, big stars, are also sitting in their homes in quarantine, and they want to work. So approach them, pitch them your idea, show them big picture, and truly stay connected. Do not outsource it just to your designer or marketing team. If you just outsource it and say, get me some star and let him hold our flag, doesn't work like that. Money wasted. You have to do it from the top, from shareholders to CEO and across the entire team. Pick now, because today is a moment when you can get them, you can get the good price, I'm sure, because they all want to make extra bucks, a few bucks. So why not? Approach and pitch the idea and try to be as creative as possible. Let them lead the project. You don't have to give them a screenplay. Of course, you have to coordinate it, but let them be themselves, because big stars, they have personalities who will create stuff for you. You don't have to do it for themselves. They are innovative enough, and they have this free flow of energy, and just make sure you open it up. Thank you very much for your attention, and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Sergey, thank you so much, and to the rest of the Parimatch team. That was an amazing presentation. I hope you, our viewers, definitely learned a lot. And the conversations are still rolling through on the SiGMA Swapcard platforms. And actually the topic was rolling through from our previous panel discussion as well. We did have Luna in the group chat saying that although people in Asia invest in crypto, gaming players and investors don't actually overlap that much. So that was some interesting interaction there. If any of our viewers and delegates are interested in the crypto and gaming landscape across Asia, I would advise you to come back at 2:30 p.m. CET today for our SiGMA Deep Tech Conference, and from tomorrow 10 a.m. CET we will have our AIBC Summit with an Asia focus, so you'll definitely get a lot of information there. Now, one person in the comment section, Darren Moore, also said that esports needs to be more regulated. So as we are on the sports and challenge session of today, I would advise you to take a look at our next panel discussion on betting on esports. You'll hopefully learn a lot, and we'd love to hear your thoughts as well. So let's get into the next discussion of the day.
Betting on esports amidst COVID-19 with Ebbe Gross, CEO at Every Matrix, Martin Clark, Director of Product at Digitain, and Dinos Stanomitis, Director and COO at Altenar. Moderated by Eman Police, founder at SiGMA Group.
Welcome back to our next panel, Betting on Esports, and we have a great lineup again with us. We have Ebbe Gross, CEO of Every Matrix. We have Dinos from Altenar, as well as Martin Clark from Digitain. So certainly all folks have been hit significantly by the sports betting industry, and all three folks have adapted fairly well, as we will find out in the next 20 minutes. Ebbe, I'd love to start with you. Sports betting, what a disaster in terms of games not being played. You know, who would have ever thought we'd be discussing this when we were at ICE just last February? Yet here we are talking about eSports. What's your take on the situation? What has happened and how has every matrix faced the bull?
Yes, I'm sorry. Of course, unprecedented, mind-blowing, once in a lifetime experience. So, yeah, something that none of us could ever have prepared for, and something that I think will help reveal things about ourselves, about our companies, about our clients. I think we will all have learned a lot from this, and when it's all over, then those learnings will be important for us, remember and to act upon. But yes, we as a company, of course, have been influenced by this. Sports is a little bit part of our product portfolio, and for this to just drop like a stone with absolutely no sports there, I mean, it was crazy. So for us, at peak, the drop was around 75% that we dropped down, and yeah, of course, we benefited a little bit by having the shutdown at least not happening completely at one time. So it took, like, let's say 3-4 weeks for this to gradually shut down until you got to this complete standstill. So we had a little bit of time, not very much, and eSports, which of course is the topic of today's meeting, that was very high on our agenda. So we'll get back to that, of course, but we put a lot of effort into it, and we saw some good results,
yeah.
I would say.
Dinos,
yes.
Tell us more about how you guys have been impacted and what was your offering to replace the void?
Well, at this moment, we still feel that we play in a movie without
surreal,
definitely, say, known scenario. So what we experienced around mid-March, we have seen the world to be frozen. So all of a sudden, everything shut down, other than a couple of leagues in specific countries. And then we saw that the business started going down, and probably it hit the lowest point the first week of April. And this was approximately 1/3 of the total business we usually had.
Okay.
That bad.
So beginning of April, your numbers dropped to 1/3 of what you usually see.
Yes.
Okay, which
so
is similar to what Ebbe mentioned before. It was 75%, was it, Ebbe?
Yes.
Oh. Sorry, continue.
It depends again, what is the actual profile of your customers? It can vary from country to country. It depends.
Because the virus is hitting different continents in different times as we go along.
That is correct. For example, allow me a parenthesis. It is now that it's going more strong in Latin America.
Exactly.
Well, before it was more strong in Europe.
Yeah, and before it was in Asia. Yeah.
So to answer your question, actually, what we did, immediately after the frozen world, we tried to shift priorities. We try to integrate more virtual games. We try to go to eSports. Yes, well, we are very traditional sports book company. And myself, personally, coming from a very traditional sports concept. So we discovered it finally. And I should say, on those stuff, we have created quick wins.
Yeah.
So it was to shift the priorities, it was to shift people even, discuss internally. Let's move fast with some project that was forgotten or postponed for different reasons. And we managed, here we are now 1st of June. And hopefully a new month comes along.
Yeah, and I mean, as you rightly said, these products have been there for a long time. It's not like eSports just came knocking on our doors because COVID hit the sports betting industry. But Martin, perhaps you can elaborate further on this. We've seen a spike in eSports, a spike maybe in virtual sports betting. Do you see the spike in these products to stay with us post-COVID, or do you see a return back to pre-COVID betting trends? I mean, what do you think? Do you think esports is just a temporary fix, or is it here to stay with us?
So like the guys said, I mean, this is put everybody on the back foot, you know. And in terms of like virtual sports has always been very popular. At most sports books out there, it's a top 5 sport, and even in some territories, I know it's a top 3 sport. So virtuals has always been growing, and obviously it has that connection with the sports bettors, and I guess that's why esports has grown so much popularity over the last couple of weeks, couple of months, particularly eFootball and eNBA, as we know, very, very popular, and we've seen a huge migration cross-sell of sportsbook customers playing those particular games. Because they're quick, and again, if you look at the numbers and you look at the performance, everything's in play, everything's goals based. So it's the same behaviour as what you see in the normal sports. What we haven't really seen is that migration of those customers moving towards the more traditional esports games. So your League of Legends and your Counter-Strike, you haven't seen that yet.
Okay.
And that comes back to the question: will those habits return to normal? For the customers who have migrated now to your football and your NBA, no, I think they continue. I think that will maintain. I think it's gone from strength to strength, week by week. I'm sure the guys have seen the similar numbers where they are. It's growing weekly, football and NBA. That kind of quick entertainment, I wouldn't say quick fix, but people like fast markets. Now they've become very, very popular over the last couple of years. In play in particular. So I don't see the kind of eFootball and the basketball going back pre-COVID numbers. But what is interesting will be so there could well be cannibalization on normal soccer events, believe it or not. That's how I'm thinking about this. Because if you think of the lower tier stuff, your Belgian second division, your Romanian, whatever it might be, we all have a little bet here and there on those type of events. We may see them impacted, because your esports sporting events, if you like, they're available now 24/7. So they may well take some proportion of the funds that customers are spending.
That trickle down on the second tier.
Yeah, and you might see a decrease on the kind of lower tier activity. That's what potentially could happen.
Okay, so you're saying that the change will happen and it will impact second tier, third tier, negatively, not positively.
Potentially, yes.
Negatively.
Yes. And what will be very interesting is we haven't seen it yet. We've tried to measure the numbers, particularly over the last couple of weeks. You need a few months data like this to really get the numbers in particular. But what we haven't seen, what I mentioned, is we haven't seen that uplift from those sportsbook customers to the traditional esports. That's what will be interesting, I guess, over the next 3 to 6 months. Because as much as great as the news is that, the leagues are coming back, I think Serie A starts very soon. 2 or 3 weeks, we got the Premier League and we got La Liga starting. The future's still uncertain. We don't know what's going to happen. We talk about second waves. Like, please God, let's cross our hands that it doesn't happen.
Yeah.
But the calendar's still uncertain.
Yeah.
So I think you will see customers staying where they are for now.
Understood. And I mean, let's not forget that. Okay, we operate in an online industry, so we, as an industry, suppliers, operators, can adapt quite swiftly. But let's not forget that the sports betting industry is also reliant on a number of other factors, including, for instance, match fixing. You have a robust regulatory system that's also monitoring match fixing at the highest level. Now, overnight, literally overnight, those games at the highest level have been switched off, and all the betting activity has moved on to lower tier games like Belarusian Football League comes to mind, and other aspects where, you know, probably there wasn't the robust system around it in terms of monitoring match fixing as good as it was in the top tier games. So have you stepped up the game to make sure that this vacuum is addressed in a swift manner? Or have you seen a hike in such activity that has to be addressed?
Yeah, so, well, I say in Altenar, we're doing risk management, obviously, 24/7. And me personally, I'm doing risk management since 2003. So there are means, there are ways to identify and spot irregular activity. So when you immediately get this irregular activity, there are processes. So you have to prevent further of such activity, and you have to protect your consumers and your customers to the extent. So I see we had some things getting attention a little bit that was not expected, but I don't think we can go to extent to say that it was fixed game or something. When you have such low profile event, these things could happen. And you just need to be careful to stop the activity to acceptable levels.
Yeah. Ebbe, have you, have you thought of this issue, which I'm sure you have? And
Yes, of course. I think there's a lot of myths about match fixing that and regulation towards match fixing that people from outside the sports industry look at things a little bit different from us who are inside the sports industry. Of course, if a match fix, like I'm sure any other actor in this game, are happy for regulators to take a stance and try to clean up any such instances, but we are not relying on it, and so are none of our colleagues. The effects of this is regulation activity is very small. We, as I'm sure everyone else, we take care for match fixing by looking at betting patterns. This is a normal way to do it, and it works completely as well for esports as it does for anything else. We have as good information about what is happening in esports as we have for any lower league football or any exotic sport. It is the same. So the only things that matter a little bit is, well, in the beginning when esports is just booming enormously and growing, doubling week after week after week and just growing so fast, then you can get a little bit behind in monitoring the right players and checking out what are the right events and so on. But yeah, it does not take more than 1-2 months, and then you have your sights set in and you know how to deal with it. Now, I will add to that, there's actually one benefit from esports, which is that some of the esports events are arranged by operators or suppliers themselves. I think in this Steam panel we have an example of this, and so some of these events are actually arranged by people who make it their business to hire people and to monitor people, which is completely different from what happens in a lower league tennis tournament or lower league football tournament. If you go out and you hire people to play FIFA against each other and you put them in a studio, then you have much better chances of monitoring. So in fact, I would venture the other way and say there's every chance to believe that esports on average is better regulated than some of the regular sports. Why? Because it's happening electronically, it's happening in an organized manner. The way people are taking actions, you can actually monitor this. I mean, there's nothing to stop you from actually monitoring click by click everything that a player is doing. So you can develop much more advanced tools than you could normally. So I think this, once we look forward, we'll see esports being spearheading the fight against match fixing not lagging behind. I think Martin can tell us more
Actually,
about this.
I would agree with them.
No, 100%. That's a very good point there. Brilliant point. Just going back to the match fixing, pre-match very easy to do. Very, very easy to measure sharp customers. If a customer places a bet on a Wednesday at X price and the price goes off Y on a Saturday, you know something was wrong. In play, it's very difficult to spot in-play patterns. It takes time. As Eb says, sometimes it can take a month or two. We all have sophisticated, RM tools nowadays, but to find match fixing in play, it's not an easy thing to do. Pre-match, very easy. Going back to what Eb said, Digitane in particular, we've tried to reinvent ourselves during this period. We know how popular esports has become. We're hiring now professional local esports players, and we've created an esports hub, if you like, where we've got players playing around the clock now. But like you said, this is the Digitane brand. We're not going to risk any type of match fixing. And you imagine the damage, the credibility damage of our brand would be for years. So there's no reason whatsoever why we would tolerate match fixing in that sense. So Eb's made a great point there.
Yeah,
I think any operator who provides this service naturally, there's an onus on them to make sure that there is no match fixing.
Yeah, and back on the theme of the title, obviously, we're betting on whether companies, operators, suppliers should bet on esports. And we have an audience, a worldwide audience. So we have operators and suppliers facing Asia, facing Europe, and facing the Americas. When we talk about esports, has this been embraced equally across various continents, or have you seen a spike in esports betting in different continents? What has your experience been so far, the first couple of months?
Okay. Can I start with that?
Please.
I think geographically it made no difference to what we have seen. Of course, there are a couple of regulators, especially Colombia, that they don't allow sports at the moment, if I'm not wrong. But we have seen a general uptrend to the eFootball, especially FIFA. That game literally got much more attention than the other sports. So I would say that geographically did not make any difference. On the contrary, the content made a difference.
Okay.
And I say it was the same across Europe. Well, Africa is always on virtual center sport because they want to have quick things. But Latin America was also responded very well. I would say equally geographically, but content-wise, the eFootball made a difference.
Okay. Ben, Martin?
I will add one more thing, which is a similar point. Martin raised early in this chat how he believes that esports is here to stay and that we will see permanent taking market share from a lower league. And this is, I think, probably the most interesting question we have at the moment. It's something we monitor very, very closely, how this is going. And when I'm discussing this esports phenomenon, it is at the highlight of everything. Is it a temporary phenomenon or is it permanent? And I belong to the fraction of group of people who believe it's permanent. And I also subscribe to this idea that it will replace lower league events to some extent, which are as well known or as little known to the player as the esports events. Now, when you then look at it going a bit further, you also appreciate how much product development has happened in 2 months. It is staggering, and it's a great tribute to the iGaming industry, the ability to pivot in so short time, and as Digitane have done here, create their own events. This is happening with other providers as well. Third-party companies that are building this. It is really very, very interesting what is happening, and in such a short time. Now imagine that you start continuing on this curve. I mean, the product innovation has just started. I think this has opened the eyes for a lot of industry actors to say, why should we only let ourselves suffice with what is on offer anyway from sports around the world? We have, of course, some examples of people doing the same with real sports, with these table tennis tournaments, which are arranged in studios and so on. Very much like a live casino product, just for sports. So I think that dimension, I think that is one of these learnings that will mean that if we look ahead just 1-2 years, we'll see a quite different sports landscape due to this whole thing. And if you look at geography, as Dinos also pointed out, well, the product hasn't even matured or developed yet to fit the audience. Where's the e-cricket? Where's people playing Madden, which is the #1 betting sport in North America? It's not there yet. It will be coming, and when it's there, you will see. I mean, NFL has only 32 teams. That's then you have some college football, etc. But the supply of events is quite low for what is the most popular betting sport north of the border. So a lot of new developments are going to happen. A lot of learnings here that people will plow into product development and arrange Madden tournaments and arrange baseball for South Korea and Japanese audience and so on. So there's a lot of interesting things ahead of us. And that is what makes me confident that what we see here has been a wake-up call and will lead to esports having a permanent and large share of sports betting overall. Then we can guess at how large this would be, 15%, 20%, but it is going to be large and it's going to be comparable with your, let's say, normal 3-4 level sport that you would have normally.
Yeah, well, it's time to wrap this up, but before we go, I'd love to pick one last comment from each of you. And what was the take-home message or the life message for the company that COVID has forced, let's say, the boards to discuss and to implement permanently moving forward? So what are the things that the company has taken so far? We'll start with you, Dinos. We'll start with Dinos and we'll finish with Martin,
Sorry, Martin
as the sponsor of this panel.
Okay. What's the take? I hope this movie will soon finish. And then we all come out stronger. What we learn, that we need to be agile. We definitely have to accept working remotely. We definitely need to make sure that we have alternative products. Electronic offer is much more important. We should definitely put on the risk appetite that things can break easier than before. And the companies need to be a bit more careful in all aspects. I don't even, we make this conference now, Eman, as a virtual conference. You know what I mean? So we have to discuss, if we want to discuss, we have to do it online. I don't know how will be the reaction or the business appetite of potential customers and how happy they would be to sign agreements from distance. This, it remains to be seen.
Yeah.
But general agility and flexibility.
Ebbe?
Yeah, I very much subscribe to the agility point. It has been for us just fun and encouraging to see how our own team could adapt and quickly change from an already set roadmap and change direction very rapidly and be able to produce something that I think has turned out to be really high quality. We managed to put out an eSports product. We managed to put out a dedicated virtual sports product. We put out, I think this or next week we'll have a Forex product where you can trade or bet on exchange rates going up and down. You're looking at alternatives and everybody's innovating, and that is great. It's fun and made long live. The other part, which I think Dinos mentions, which is very true, is diversification. So for us, one of the great positives has been the growth in casino. So we, of course, offer both sports and casino. So casino has taken a massive jump forward with online casino, more or less forced, of course, by operators moving marketing from offline to online. So this has benefited us a lot, and I think it will also have raised awareness among operators to take this more seriously, even people who are very sports focused or very offline focused, land-based casinos, etc. So I think for us who sit on this panel and are providers for online, this marks a shift and a glorious next couple of years, because we will see a lot of brick and mortar. Now finally the elephants are getting out of the stable and saying, yes, we have to go online, and they will do it, and they will realize that they will make a lot of extra money with this.
Thank you, Ebbe. Last comments in your hands, Martin.
I think what we've looked at ourselves here is not go into survival mode. That's what we don't want to do. History tells us that's not the way to get out of troublesome times like this. We need to reinvent ourselves. There's many cases when change or something unexpected like COVID-19 has put companies out of business. And I think everybody in business today is at risk. But at the same time, these situations has also made companies very strong or reinvent themselves. You know, if we take, for example, the invention of the internet, that put many companies on the back foot. All right, those who couldn't reinvent themselves for the internet age ultimately struggled, and most of them went out of business. You know, that's why, from our perspective, again, if you think about Uber, Uber's putting taxi companies out of business, not because of Uber, but because taxi companies refuse to change. I think companies need to change and reinvent themselves and look at how things can be different going forward. That's why, from our perspective, I've talked about the kind of eSports hub that we're building. We've introduced a new table football suite. Again, we've opened up a new building in the home country here in Armenia, where we got professional table football players playing each other. You know, so what we're looking at, you know, with that sporting calendar still uncertain, who knows what can happen in the next 6 to 12 months? You know, as we said, please God, things do improve. But we need to look at how can we supply our partners with content, and how can we increase our sales and support other people in the industry with content as well. That's what we're looking at. So very much reinventing ourselves and not going into survival mode. And hopefully the other guys in the call are following a similar suit here with this one.
Well, thank you very much. That brings us to the end of it. Betting on esports amid COVID. Ebbe, Dinos, Martin, thank you very much for being with us.
Thank you, guys. Thanks, everyone. Stay safe.
A great discussion there. Thank you to all of our panelists. Well, now joining me in the studio, I have Alexander Dreyfus, CEO of Chiliz and Socios.com. Great to have you here live in the studio. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. Thank you for the invitation.
Very welcome. And now things are picking up back in Malta. We can have a little bit of an interaction, which is amazing. And 2020 has been such a busy year for you guys and Socios and Chiliz as well. I would love for you just first of all to give our viewers a little bit of context. What is the relationship between Chiliz and Socios?
Sure. So as you know, we are based in Malta. I mean, all of us, but the company is based in Malta. We are like 65 employees now. And what we do is we are tokenizing some of the biggest sports teams in the world, like FC Barcelona, Juventus, Paris Saint-Germain, and many other teams. And Chiliz is the name of the token, is the name of almost the platform and the technology. So it's the Chiliz chain. So people can go on Chiliz.com and see both the blockchain and all the blocks and all the boring stuff. But the most important part is the Socios.com, which is the consumer-facing product, which is a mobile app right now that you can download, and that app allows you to buy Barcelona, Juventus, PSG, AS Roma, Galatasaray, and like 10 tokens or fan tokens of some of the biggest teams. And you, as the owner of these tokens, you can vote on decision of the club. So that's what we are doing. We are creating a link between clubs and their fans globally.
And something that I think is amazing about this technology is that, for example, my family, I have a family full of football fans, but they don't understand anything I do when it comes to the blockchain or tech space. It's a great introduction to people to understand about blockchain. So maybe for our viewers, you can give a little bit of a breakdown where the blockchain side of things comes into this.
So the blockchain component of what we do, actually I should start the other way around. Usually when we introduce Chiliz and Socios, we always start by saying that we are not a protocol, we are not a layer, we don't want to disrupt the finance industry, we don't want to change the world. we have a very simple mission, which is to make fans closer to their clubs and for the clubs to engage and monetize their fan base. Now, what does it mean? It means for your family, as a fans, they can buy a Barcelona token. The sale starts very soon, so get ready. And they can buy this fan token. They can have it in their wallet in the socios.com app. And the blockchain component is the fact that I'm telling you that you can vote on decision of the club. And all the voting is on the blockchain. But what does it mean? It means that unlike X Factor or The Voice, when you vote with your SMS to decide who's going to be eliminated, you never know if it's true, if it's rigged or not. In that case, sports club are actually asking their fans, hey, we have a question. Which music do you want to have in the stadium every time we score a goal? But the whole process of the voting is on the blockchain and is available for the fans or for the crypto geek. So there is transparency, there is integrity, and that's actually the foundation of what we do. And that translates just after on the fact that you own this digital asset, which for you means nothing, but it educates you a little bit on the fact that, this is crypto, okay, I don't understand anything about Bitcoin and Ethereum and definitely not Ripple, but I understand a little bit that I own a fan token of Juventus. It goes up and down, it's there, and that's a little bit of a beginning on how we believe we can educate mainstream.
And I think because it's recorded on the blockchain as well, especially when we are in such a global world where people might be a fan of a particular team, but they might be based in Japan one day and then they might be moving to the US next, the fact that it is recorded on the blockchain gives them a little bit more of a sense of kind of security as well. So I let our viewers know that you were coming into the studio, and we have a question there, which is the link between esports and cryptocurrency usage. We had one person ask us that, and I would love to get your take on if there is a link between the two and what that link could be.
Yeah, of course. Just before you were talking about the fact that it's global and it gives you more legitimacy, the fact that I'm in Japan, and it gives more confidence. What's interesting is that 99.9% of sports fans are not in the stadium or even in the country of the team that they are supporting. So you can be based in Malta and being a fan of Barcelona and Juventus, and yet you're not in that country, or in Spain or in Italy. And the beauty of what we do globally is indeed to give this legitimate digital assets that are the fan tokens. And to give you an idea, we just finished the sales of Galatasaray token, so Turkish one, and 56% of the people who bought the Galatasaray token were not in Turkey. And the Paris Saint-Germain token that we sold, 80% of the people were not in France. So it's really helping clubs to actually reach their global audience, generating revenue. Back to esports. By definition, esports, actually there is two things. There is gamers and esports fans. But let's say gamers are by definition more educated about virtual currency. Most of the games have a virtual currency, not in a crypto sense, but virtual as virtual or digital. And even in Candy Crush, you have your virtual currency, or in Fortnite. So that audience is more educated to understand this concept of virtual currency. Now, if you adapt that into crypto, and we can see that ourselves because we work with some esports team, there is an easier translation and conversion between gamers and esports fans into the crypto element. But the big difference also, and that people need to sometimes acknowledge, is the hardcore esports fans are not big spender. And they are much less big spender than traditional sports in our case, or even traditional crypto enthusiasts. So esports is a great way to go a little bit more mainstream, but there is a lot of hype, and it hasn't been yet. And I've seen, and you probably have seen, thousands of esports / blockchain projects the last 2.5 years, and yet there is not a single one that really exploded in a positive way.
And I think what's really interesting as well, based on what you've said, is you've got the kind of the esports users that are probably more used to like tokenization and kind of spending online and more digital, but then you've got the traditional fan base, as you said, where there really are diehard fans that are willing to put some money in as well. So we actually had an interview online via Skype just before the whole COVID situation had picked up, and it had already been such a busy year for you and your organizations. How has 2020 been? What have been some of the big achievements from your perspective?
So actually, COVID-19 was an opportunity for us. I should not say that too often because it's a bit weird, but it was an opportunity. It was an opportunity for two reasons. One, it bought us time. in a way that the product that we have today is much better than the product that we had 3 months ago. And because we start to market and everything, it makes more sense for us to have this kind of 3 months stalling that happen. That's number one. Number two, football clubs, teams, cricket teams, basketball teams, any IP who owns, or actually who have fans in the world now are challenged by two things. One, their sponsoring revenue are being decimated because sponsors cannot afford anymore what they used to with the recession that started and will come in the next few months. And what we call match day revenue, so ticketing, is more or less zero right now for the last 3 months, and it's going to be zero for the next 6 months at least. So these teams are looking more actively in a way to monetize their B2C fan base. And this 1% of fans that used to be in the stadium and used to generate a significant amount of money now is generating zero. So the clubs are really starting to look at the 99.9%, which are now 100% actually, outside of the stadium. So it is an opportunity for us, and that got translated in the fact that in May, we launched most of our tokens sale. We call that fan token offering, and it generated $530,000 of revenue, which was a first, and of course very positive. We listed Juventus token, we listed Galatasaray token 3 days ago, last Friday, and very successful, did like multiple by 3 in less than 2 hours. So it will go down, it will go up, doesn't matter, but it's interesting nevertheless. And the big thing we are launching now is the Barcelona token, which will be by the end of June. We haven't announced yet the date, and that's going to be a massive, not opportunity, but it's going to be a massive milestone for us. Eventually, the big things that are happening in the next 2-3 months, we are launching our debit card, Socios debit card, which will allow your family to spend their fiat money even though they are a football fan of one team, and the more they spend, the more they will be rewarded with the team that they are supporting. And they will also be rewarded in crypto. So even though they don't have Bitcoin, they don't understand Bitcoin, they will get Chili's or fan tokens the more they spend GPB or Euro or whatever. And there is a lot of other things like that we are doing. And since we spoke, and I will end on that, we also announced a UFC, which was a massive brand for us to work with.
It sounds like it's been such a busy year, and I'm really excited to catch up. We do have one comment as well in the comment box. It seems like all of our football fans are suddenly tuning in. So we did have Richard that referenced out and said, what teams do you list at the moment? You mentioned some in the conversation today, but can you give our viewers some of the teams that Socios is working with at the moment?
Sure. I mean, right now it's Barcelona, Juventus, AS Roma, PSG, Atletico Madrid, Galatasaray, Independiente in Argentina. And there is more teams, I hope I haven't forgotten, West Ham in UK. And then we have many more teams that we haven't announced yet that are either in any other country in the world. So we don't want to disclose or to tease too much, but we are talking to more than 50 teams right now in the world. Our goal is to have actually 50 IPs by the end of the year on the platform. That includes soccer team or football team, cricket, very big for us, eSports, we have already one that is announced, but we have more to be announced. And we're going to have massive entertainment/music artist that's going to join the platform as well.
Wow, it sounds very exciting. You'll have to let me know when you launch Cardiff City as well. Give me
Fair
a call.
enough.
Thank you so much for coming in and
Thank you.
sharing some really exciting developments. It was a pleasure to have you here. Thank you. Well, that's all for our sports and challenge segment. It was great to have Alexander here in the studio. That's all for this session, sponsored by Digitane. Stay tuned for our next set of discussions. Amazing.
we have an important announcement to make. I am very excited to launch SiGMA LATAM. That's right, a third summit in Latin America that will complement SiGMA in Europe and SiGMA in Asia.
Tenemos una fuerza laboral fuerte en Malta, en Kiev y en Manila. Es hora de que SiGMA aumente nuestra cartera y se expanda más allá de nuestra zona de confort, cubriendo todas las horas horarias con las nuevas oficinas en las Américas.
As cidades cotadas foram Buenos Aires e São Paulo. Acabamos escolhendo a segunda por duas razões.
Reason number one, there's always a great presence of media and events in offices in Buenos Aires, and we don't want to replicate more or of the same or compete with our friends.
Segunda, o grande potencial de mercado e a atual possibilidades de regulamentação dos jogos no Brasil nos darão mais motivos para decidir estabelecer nosso escritório lá.
Brazilian Federal Deputy Pompeo de Matos, for instance, believes casinos will be a vaccine for coronavirus, stating that taxing gaming money could jumpstart the country's economy in the wake of COVID-19.
Ele machuca a economia. E eu diria assim, para nós até ajudar a levantar a economia depois que passar a pandemia, uma das alternativas é, inclusive, legalizar os jogos. É uma alternativa perfeitamente possível, viável, eu diria assim, até necessária.
Assuntos como este, dentre outros, farão parte dos nossos debates em setembro.
Moving forward, we hope that our three pillar shows, SiGMA in Malta, SiGMA in Manila, and eventually SiGMA in Sao Paulo, will pave the way for iGaming communities to learn from, as well as do business with each other. I look forward to contribute to this and make iGaming truly a global phenomenon.
Well, now we're starting with our next session. Before we do, I would recommend to any of our audience that are looking to interact with other players and get involved that we do have at 4:30 p.m. CET our PokerStars Poker Tournament sponsored by Stars Affiliate. It is a $50 sign-up fee with a prize pool of €3,500. A lot of the SiGMA team will be playing, so do keep an eye out and you can interact with some of us as well. Now it's time for our next session of the day, sponsored by PokerStars. We'll be taking a look at marketing in a post-COVID world, affiliate and junket traffic. Starting off with Michael Caselli moderating our first panel. Let's take a look.
Affiliate and junket traffic. Influencer marketing beyond borders. With Katja Nordstrom, Head of Affiliates at Posh Friends, and Charles Harrison, CEO at BetAdvisor. Moderated by Michael Caselli, founder and editor-in-chief at IGB.
Hi, I'm Michael Caselli, and I'm the chairman of Clarion Gaming. And it is my pleasure to be here today to chair the SiGMA Focus Asia. Joining me today are Katja Nordstrand, who's the head of affiliate from Posh Friends, and Charles Harrison, who's the CEO of BetAdvisor.com. Welcome. We've got a global audience today.
Thank you for the invitation.
We've got a global audience today, and I wanted to start by just laying some groundwork so people would understand the differences between what's happening a little bit in Asia and from North America or from Europe. So Charles, I wanted to ask you, how does an Asian affiliate program differ from a European or North American model? And can you also explain the Asian agency model to our guests that are not from Asia?
Sure, Michael. So the first difference is volume. As you can imagine, the Asian volume is much bigger than European or North American one at the moment. And then all the structure of the business is totally different in Asia. So first things, everything comes from rules. So as you can imagine, in Asia, the rules and restriction are quite different compared with Europe and North America. And then there is a credit system that works for Asian agents. So the credit system permits even to get more facility for customer that can bet much more. And obviously the relationship between customer and affiliate or agent is quite different, because in Asia, the agents always have a strong relationship with this customer. Instead, in Europe and North America, we got an affiliate model based online. And many times it can happen that the affiliate doesn't know his customer. And the Asian market is based on word of mouth, and usually the commission for agent is based on turnover or on position taking. So the agents can be a real partner with bookmakers because he can take the risk. Instead, in the European markets of American ones, the affiliate usually works on CPA or revenue share or even hybrid models. So these models is totally different, and even the market is quite different. Actually, what we have seen in Asia in the last year is that the bookmakers are working with very tiny margin, and they get even some problem if they don't have a position taking from the agents. So the market is changing so much. And speaking about the Asian model, the best regulation, I think, is actually Alderney. That is a regulation that permits the agents to give credit, manage supermaster agents, and works quite well. Instead, in Europe, we usually in payment works with wallets like Neteller and Skrill, and everything is different. And above all, nowadays, with the regulation coming from the banks in Europe, like that one that we got in UK, the work is always very tough in this area. So I try to be very short because the conversation is quite interesting, but I think we have a lot of things to speak about.
Charles, that was a great introduction to the difference in the models between Europe, North America, and Asia, of course. Now, you mentioned the volumes. Volumes are obviously very big in Asia. It's an incredibly interesting market. The land-based volumes are larger and the online volumes are larger in Asia, and we've seen that for many years. And you talked about agents having a great relationship generally with the customers, but there's other ways to get to a customer as well. And Katya, I wanted to ask you a little bit about that. Brand ambassadors or influencers or influencer marketing has become a big industry globally in the past few years. But how are you utilizing the influencers in the Asian market to send quality traffic for gaming and gambling sites?
Well, often the most productive collaboration is a result of accidents and good deeds you've already forgot about. And the same for both European and Asian markets. And I believe that everything is connected. For example, the Russian and Japanese markets have very strong affiliate communities. And sometimes you must reckon with them. When something happens, they may support you. For example, when another casino on Russian market copied our landing pages, it was our affiliates who supported us and publicly blamed them and refused to work with this casino. So how to get those loyal brand ambassadors? As for me, you need to support newcomers, first of all, who are recently in gambling. Try to explain them everything. Try to tell them about basics of working with affiliate programs, answer all their questions. And then maybe one of 100 of them become a major affiliate, a big influencer, but he or she will never forget about your help. So as for me, it's both relevant for all the markets.
And Charles was mentioning the personal relationship between the agent and the player. How do you utilize a influencer to be a brand ambassador or to endorse a particular game or product? How do you get that same level of trust, I suppose, from someone who's broadcasting from one to many?
Well, product endorsement is really important, especially on the gray markets or like Russia or new markets as Japan, for example. First of all, it legalizes casino for people, make it acceptable and trustworthy. When you see casino pre-rolls before watching TV series, it's just an annoying ad. But when you see casino logo in a pop star's music video, it becomes a solid and reliable company. So the idea is simple. If you can integrate with a celebrity, you have tons of money and you are trustworthy. It works in Russia. Then you can use shots from video for your landing pages, for your banners, and finally, it's a news break for your affiliates. After integration with a crazy popular Russian brand Leningrad, they get more than 100 million views on YouTube. We saw discussions in affiliate chats, kind of, oh, Posh friends have lots of money, only they have enough money to work with this group. But when it comes to small influencers, let me say micro-influencers or nano-influencers, it's a bit different. So some tips are common for all kinds of influencers, both gambling and not gambling. And first of all, you have to take for granted that good opinion leaders know their audience better than you, always. So if you work, for example, with YouTube or Twitch streamers, set the clear KPIs. That's okay. For example, amount of live streams or videos, but give them creative freedom to drive the content. Never micromanage streamers and never help them to write their scripts. They always know better what to say. And they know how to introduce your casino better, what benefits to underline. It's important to agree and set up all necessary tracking beforehand and try to be attentive to influencers' needs. For example, Japanese streamers avoid putting direct referral links to video description. They're afraid that their channels may be banned. And exclusively for Japanese market, we released tracking bonus codes that affiliates can easily put on a creeping line, on chatbot, or just on their t-shirts. And if players enter these bonus codes, they're automatically attached to streamers' links. And the most important is to remember that influencer marketing is a long play. Sometimes you need months to make good, profound relationship with affiliates, but it's usually worth it.
Yeah, I could agree with everything you're saying, Katya. We used a very big influencer at one point and did an interview with him in a magazine that we used to run called Bluff, which was a poker magazine. And that particular influencer caused so much traffic to come to the site in 2 days, it actually crashed our servers. Then again, we've used very small poker players and less popular poker players who have delivered traffic, though, for years and years to come. So you never really know who's going to turn out to be the biggest influencer. And you're absolutely right. They know how to get to their particular niche very, very well. And talking about that, Charles, tipsters are an increasingly important type of influencer as well. You're certainly influencing what people bet on, but oftentimes also influencing where they're going to bet or perhaps get the best prices. But there's sometimes concern from operators about getting traffic that have come from tipster sites. Tell me a little bit about the players and the type of players that tipster sites attract. Are they big bettors? Are they more or less loyal to the betting site that you're sending them to? And are they a different type of a player than someone who wouldn't use a tipping service?
So, Michael, it's really tough to give you an answer to this question because with BetAdvisor, we work in many different countries. We got more than 80 countries where we work, and we see different patterns from markets to markets. So I would say that a customer for tipster service in Africa, let's say Kenya, Nigeria, Tanzania, are really different from customers that we got from more mature markets like United Kingdom. And so this difference is between, let's say, kind of sports, kind of bet, and obviously kind of tipster that they would like to follow. So then we have another difference that comes from the tipster world is not just a platform like BetAdvisor that certify what tipster give to you as information, because on BetAdvisor, you can find really certified tipster. Instead, the world of tipster is usually quite different. And I think that the operators should be very scared about tipsters because they can generate a lot of problem even on their brand side. Because if a tipster starts to spot in a very bad way, going outside of the rules, it can give problems even to the operators. So I really would love to see a future where the affiliate industry is much more regulated, because this permits to have a much better work in the entire industry. So nowadays we see a lot of tipsters coming from social network where they spot in, let's say, unfair way things that unlikely are not real. So that's that's the biggest problem. In terms of customer coming from tipster, I would say that usually the customer that follow tipster are beginner bettors. So maybe they are, let's say, between beginner and entry level. They don't know too much. They just want to have a new reason to bet, and they start following, tipsters. What I can see from my perspective on Bet Advisor, where we have a big overview with more than 1,000 tipster, is that a lot of time I see that customer just follow the last trends. So the customer doesn't analyze the full history of the tipster. He doesn't analyze, very well all the opportunity that he can see, but he just simply see, okay, this tipster is winning in the last 2 months. I will follow betting his tip because he's winning in this period. He's hot tip. So I don't think that on mathematical perspective, this is the best way to follow tipster. And I would strongly suggest, to customer to analyze much better their tipster, and above all to tipster to work in a more regulated way. We have a big problem in terms of conflict of interest, because at this point, on one side, we have tipster that usually advise for something to bet, and on the other side, they usually get revenue share for operators. So I think that when you work with tipster, it's much better that you work just on CPA in order to avoid this conflict of interest. That is something that should be even regulated. So if the tipster wants to stay on the side of the bettor, that's where he has to get the commission, just the CPA, because otherwise you get a conflict of interest. From my perspective, I've seen different tipster giving different kind of traffic to operators, and it's never easy to understand what they will do. I speak a lot of times with operators, and sometimes they tell me, I would like to work with this tipster, I don't want to work with this other tipster. And I simply think that, unfortunately, it's not easy to give an answer and to analyze quickly the tipster. But I agree with you, the tipster are very hot topics nowadays, and is a great tools to make acquisition. Is maybe the best tools to make acquisition nowadays.
Interesting. That's a big statement. Well, let me ask you this: where you obviously have a lot of traffic being driven to your site because you're one of the bigger operators. But where are you finding your VIP customers and your big tipsters or your influencer tipsters? And what kind of offers do you give them, and what kind of privileges can they derive from working with you?
Oh, well, we did a lot of tactics and a lot of strategy on this. Finally, I would say that the best tipster comes always from word of mouth, and from previous tipsters that were very happy with us. They spoke with their friends, because this is very small community. So you got a lot of tipsters that maybe start to contact me to solve some of their problem. Usually start from maybe some problem with payments, some problem with something, and they ask some kind of advice. So we are always very happy to give advice to tipster, even if they don't work with us, because we know that this is, let's say, the first step of strong full relationship for the future. And usually the best way to work with them is to organize live events. We did a lot of nice things in the past, and even with some of our partners, like we did an amazing football match on the Anfield Stadium with Liverpool legends, together with Neteller, and that was an amazing event in the past. We did the same thing with BetClick in Benfica. So, be part of these real events is an amazing moment to get relationship with the best tipster and the best customer event. Then, just a few days ago, we did an amazing poker tournament organized by one of our tipster. And that was an amazing tool because poker tournament during the COVID was the best way to attract new customer on board. And even if this tipster didn't get any kind of experience on poker, it was just making a competition against all his customer base, asking, let's play poker together, and who will win against me will win a big jackpot. So there are a lot of ways, and I always believe in real relationship. I think that's make the biggest difference.
Sure it does. Katja, you seem to be agreeing with quite a lot of what Charles has said. But of course, you're using a different group of influencers rather than tipsters. You're using a lot of streamers, as you mentioned before, and sometimes even celebrity endorsements or whatever it might be. How are you? Where do you find your influencers? How do you bring them on board? And what are the reward structures that you'd be looking to provide to an influencer? What's going to get them on board?
Well, I totally agree with Charles about word of mouth and about helping and answering their questions. Sometimes they have negative attitude towards our affiliate program or casinos. But when you explain everything, sometimes you can even show them admin panel and they become your best friends because they're truly interested how you work. Sometimes we invite them to our office. We can make them a guided tour to show everything, how do we work, our logos on our walls, etc. And sometimes we make big parties. That's true. We love making parties. Then you mentioned about celebrities. Usually, integration with celebrity means that you make flat payments. But everything changes when you convert celebrities or casino influencers to brand ambassadors. We work with them, we are very flexible. We work with them on typical commission models like rev share, hybrid, or CPA deals. And sometimes they can even advertise our tournaments, our events for free. Sometimes they're interested in mutual PR. For example, they have Telegram channels. We also have our Posh Friends Telegram channel, and we can give them exposure in our channel and then get target audience for sub-affiliate deals. Some partners just happy to announce new events because we give them content, we give them visuals, exclusive promotions, etc. So we just send them press release and they make very good and interesting content. Sometimes we make interviews or Skype talks with our affiliates because they need advertising for their websites where they write about different affiliate programs, how to work in the gambling industry, and they need more exposure, and we can give them this exposure.
Brilliant. So it sounds like the thread going through all of these questions is that relationships, from meeting the affiliate through managing the affiliate, through their relationships to the customer. It's all about relationship marketing, which is something I obviously would expect, but it oftentimes doesn't get put into practice. But it sounds like both of you are doing so. Finally, I'd like to end on a question about the obvious, the COVID-19 outbreak. And Charles, I'd like to ask you how gambling habits have changed during the COVID-19 outbreak, and if you think those habits will continue on once this pandemic has passed.
Well, prediction is always very tough to do, above all when you don't have anything in the past where you can create, your own stats and your own ideas. So for sure, I believe that we will have in the future less investment in, let's say, sports betting, and much more investment in eSports and casino, and the sports industry should start to think in a different way. And the cross-selling products and strategy, it will be very important for people just involved on sports. I'm thinking, for example, on the exchange products that got some big problem during the last periods. and they are the guys that have to fast change their business model. My idea is that we will see a growth of the YouTube, Twitch channels. So I think that this pandemic time gave us this digital transformation in a new way. So we got a fast speed up to move on digital transformation, on nice webinar like this one. And nowadays, everyone is arranging his own webinar. And tools like Twitch, I think, will make a huge difference in the future. And I can see that these kind of tools are perfect, above all, to support, casino and gaming contents. My opinion for the future is that we will see a lot of tipsters that will move from just to be tipster to be affiliates, and then they will go from affiliates of sports betting, where they are more comfortable, to affiliates of casino, eSports, and different kind of game. What we are doing on our side is trying to coach our tipster to become a good affiliates, and then to move them from normal affiliates to super affiliates. And I think that the future will be coaching. That will be the industry that will grow faster. And we need, coaching almost in everything that we are doing nowadays. And above all, in this big moment of transformation, it will be really important to learn new tactics and to know better the tools that works better.
Charles, thank you very much. Katya, thank you for your contributions as well. Whether you're joining us from Asia or from the rest of the world, I'm Michael Caselli. Thank you for joining us for SiGMA Focused Asia. Good day.
Thanks, Michael. Thanks, Katya.
Thank you. Thank you, Charles.
Another great panel discussion there. Huge thank you to Michael Caselli. It's such a shame that we couldn't catch up in person, but thank you for moderating such a great panel. Now we're on to our final set of panel discussions for the rest of the day. Before we have a short break of 30 minutes, before we'll be coming back with our SiGMA Deep Tech Day 2, which is for the CTOs, the developers, and the software architects of the gaming sphere. And then directly after that, we will have our PokerStars Poker Tournament sponsored by Stars Affiliate. So it's set to be a very exciting few hours for the team. Just before we do jump in, we did have a poll which was really interesting and caused a lot of controversy in the group chat. We asked all of our audience and delegates, should the affiliate marketing industry be regulated? And actually, I was even surprised at the answer. 73% of our audience voted that yes, the affiliate marketing industry should be regulated. 9% said no, and 18% said it won't work. So really interesting insights there. Thank you to everyone who voted. Now it's time to take a look at the CIS market region with our next panel discussion.
Focus CIS, marketing trends outside Europe, with Peter Kipa, Head of Marketing at Bingo Boom, Alina Yakirevich, CMO at FonBet, and Valentin Kirilenko, Business Consultant, moderated by Eman Police, founder at SiGMA Group.
Welcome back. This time we are focusing on a neighboring region to Asia. The focus is on the CIS markets, and we'd love to explore the marketing trends, outside of Europe, specifically on CIS. And with us for this conversation, we have Alina from FonBet, we have Peter from Bingo Boom, as well as Valentin, who's a consultant from within the industry with 7 years plus of experience. And I'd love to start with you, Alina. Tell us a bit about the marketing trends, a generic comment, what stands out versus other regions such as Europe. What stands out in CIS markets?
Well, maybe the first thing that we have here in Russia and in CIS market is that we actually, let's say in Russia, we only have sports betting, so casino is forbidden, and casino used to be legal, but there were lots of talks about casino, slots, and all this stuff, and people do think, lots of people do think that it's something illegal, it's something bad, it's kind of bad habits, it's not the thing that you can tell people you do. So some people really hesitate to say that they do sports betting. That's why we have to fight here with a lot of customers' perceptions and with a lot of negative stereotypes about betting. That's really very tricky. Another tricky thing is that we have really very strict all these laws and very strict legalization towards advertising and betting. So actually many of the channels are forbidden for us. Let's say all this, Facebook channel is forbidden. I mean, like there is no way you can put Facebook ads of betting company in Russia. All these things that do work, like retargeting, all this, like when you show your ads on different websites to different customers, when you know that, for instance, like all this context ads, like Google search, paid search, all this ads is forbidden. And these channels are really, they show good conversion, but in Russia, there's no way I can use them. So having this, taking into account many people thinking that betting is something bad, the thing that really do works good as bloggers, as brand ambassadors, is something that shows credibility and something that really raises brand awareness, like TV ads, sponsorship. So let's say like sponsorship contracts do really work in Russia because it has both. It's about advertising, it's about rising brand awareness, it's about additional credits to the company, like all this credibility stuff, and some social corporate responsibility. So yeah, like briefly, it is like that.
So less dependency on affiliates like we have in Europe, and more holistic approach in terms of advertising and brand building. Is that right?
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I mean, like, I really do not think that all this conversion channel like affiliates will work if you have zero brand awareness ads. So I really don't think it will work. So you should combine it, always about combination. But there is like one more tricky question that, for instance, with our affiliates, we really like with our CPA partners, we really do have strict rules, and we have lots of channels which are forbidden for them. And if we do see that our ads there, and we know that our ads, I mean, like, we always have a risk that affiliate can use the channels which are illegal for advertising that will cause problems to the company. So let's say there was a scandal, I think it was a couple of weeks ago. I'm sure my colleagues from Russia, they do remember this. One of the Russian company, they had their ads in their like entertainment channel with some memes and all this, like in a platform with memes with some fun content and all those things. And actually there was some law problems with them, and they said like, we have nothing to do with this. It was our partners who put our ads there. They paid for this, and we do not know that our brand will show among this content, which is actually illegal because there may be children, teenagers, and all those things. So yeah, I mean, like, even if we do work with affiliates, we have really strict rules for them. And of course, we do not want them to break the law. Yeah.
How was that case? Was it decided in favor of the operator or against the operator?
Actually, they get the fee for sure, because like
The
there
fine,
was
yeah.
Yeah, the fine. Sorry, yeah, because there was a fact that their ads was there, but kinder to work with their reputation, they said that they're going to be more strict with this, yeah, and all those things that it was not made. They didn't have intentions to do this.
Thank you, Peter. Throwing the question out there: what distinguishes CIS markets in terms of marketing, let's say, versus Europe?
Most major sports event was shut down due to the virus. So from beginning of March, we see more than 50% decrease of all our statistics. Yeah, activity of current clients and website visits and turnover and revenue. We also have approximately 400 betting shops in Russia, and we see that 20% of our offline audience started to use our website, and we think that they will remain after offline will still operate.
Okay,
they will remain on the website. Yeah,
that's an interesting angle. So you guys, let's explain to the audience. You guys have actual land-based physical betting
Yeah,
shops?
yeah, we have betting shops. Alina also has betting shops, and I think around 1,000 or maybe more.
Yeah.
As I know.
So you're seeing a trend between land-based and online into working more hand in hand together rather than competing with each other.
That's it, and we hope that we can keep this audience and on the website, and we will also involve them back to place bets in betting shops. So
how do you see? I mean, this is an interesting point. How do you see marketing evolving to in an omni-channel sort of way to take land-based players onto online and jump them back into land-based? Do you see marketing trends adapting to this?
Yeah, I think it's about customer relationships management. It's more about communications. Yeah, as for channels in Bingo Boom, we use email, text messages, calls, push notifications. With our audience, text messages show the highest engagement. Push notifications work better with a younger audience. Email is the best channel to launch new promo or something like that.
Yeah.
So we see also some interesting things like open rate of emails within pandemic. Yeah, it was increased from 14% to 22%, and click rate in our messages was increased for 3 times.
Yeah, that's certainly statistically.
Yeah, and I think it's like the best way to communicate now with customers. It's like some internal channels of communications.
Okay. The floor is yours, Valentin. A general overview of what makes CIS unique in terms of marketing.
Well, I think that especially when compared to Asian market, and the talks are called Focus Asia, right? So it would be interesting to compare what's going on in Asia and compared to the CIS countries. I think that in Europe, specifically in CIS countries, and talking of Ukraine certainly, we still have the rules which are a lot more relaxed in a way when communicating with affiliates. Obviously, I guess in Russia you guys have a lot stricter rules, but we are still going through the transition process in Ukraine, speaking of legislation. And I think that within a month or two, we will definitely see the framework for working with affiliates. And there will definitely be borders of what you can and cannot do. And those borders will be very clear.
Sorry, Val, you are based in Ukraine, in Kiev?
Yes, I am based in Kiev.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Aren't there like it's very polarized, aren't there like 2 main brands? Everywhere you go in Ukraine, you see 2 brands fighting for advertising space. If I'm not mistaken, it's Favbet and Parimatch.
During the last couple of months, what I can certainly see that players in Ukraine are taking a really active role advising the government on the new legislation. And those 2 companies, they are certainly pro-European companies, and we would like to see the legal field as white in Ukraine, so the rules are much easier to follow. And speaking of affiliates, I think that within a month or 2, we will definitely see clear rules of what you can or cannot do in terms of working with affiliates. While at the moment, they are more or less, I'd say, relaxed.
Okay, so at the moment, the affiliate model works in Ukraine. So you can have affiliate sites promoting various offers, but not throughout other parts of CIS, like Russia. Am I right?
From what I know about Russian market, obviously I don't have experience operating in that market or working in that market. And what Alina and Peter said, the rules in Russia are much more stricter, or much more strict in Russia than in Ukraine. That's my feeling. And I think that in Ukraine we are moving towards those rules being placed. And I don't know, maybe they will be as strict as the Russian ones, but we are still in the process of this market going from gray to white, I would say.
A bit more specific, a lot of operators, not a few, quite a substantial number of operators in Europe would tell you that affiliate traffic would amount to more than 50% of their overall traffic. How comparable is that to a country like Ukraine?
Well, if it's a question for me, Ayman, I really don't have those figures. I'm not coming from the marketing side, but rather from the business development side. I guess that it really depends on what region in Europe you are talking about and what region you compare to Ukraine. Obviously, we have really, and I mean, Europe being perceived as one country from Asia, in reality is a bunch of different territories, with each one having its own rules. So I would still say that the reality is very much different from region to region.
Yeah, and we were mentioning the agent system as well. Would anyone like to elaborate on the agent system?
Well, I guess I can say a few words. I have some experience of working with Asians, and I think that in Asia the situation reflects the really strict rules imposed on working with affiliates. For example, taking we can also speak about the agents model in Asia, and that's a multi-layer model of different agents working with each other and sharing the profit. And each agent has its own customers. So in a way, every agent is like a business on its own. And it looks like a pyramid in a way. Things like WeChat advertising, things like working with the brand ambassadors are really popular, but actually working with the affiliate as such is really difficult.
Yeah. Peter? Yeah. What about bonuses then? So
bonuses for clients.
Extremely popular method of acquisition across Europe. How rampant is the issue of bonuses? Now, one, to attract customers, but how big of an issue it is to have players jumping from one casino to the other, chasing bonuses?
Yeah, I think welcome bonuses, it's a good mechanic, good thing for acquisition, yeah, and for retention also. But as I see, most of bookmakers in Russia at the moment cancel welcome bonuses mechanics for a period of pandemic. And I think maybe we will turn on again when big sports will come back.
Okay,
because we need events like Bundesliga, like already came back, like
last time, yeah.
Like Russian Premier League that we will return and we will have in the last week of June, and also other European football leagues. So, and as we discussed before, yeah, we also need some huge events like Euro 2020, Tokyo 2020, Olympic Games, yeah, to drive effectively our growth like FIFA World Cup in 2018. So, I mean, bonuses should go together with some huge sports events. It not work just without sports.
Yeah. Alina, back to you. We're talking about bloggers brand ambassadors, TV ads. Seems like that's the way forward for CIS markets. Can you say it's the same for most CIS countries, excluding Russia for the time being, but does this method apply to all countries across the CIS, or is it a case-by-case basis with a lot of differences amongst them?
Yeah, I think it's more or less the same. We also operate in Kazakhstan, FunBet, so we do have Kazakhstan license, and it's actually the same. And the good point is that many channels do work in synergy. For instance, we used to have a very famous rap star in Russia as a brand ambassador, and he also worked for Kazakhstan market because we had all the creative banners and all the stuff with him, and it works really good for Kazakhstan. So that's a good news. I mean, if you see most popular Russian bloggers, they do have maybe like 70% of Russian audience, and the rest is CIS. So that's really a good point. I mean, this good news. So yeah.
Yeah, and a smaller detail, language-wise, do you stick to Russian? Do you convert to other languages, Ukrainian, any other languages that help convert better?
Yeah, in Kazakhstan we have Russian, Kazakhstan, and English, but actually many people do speak Russian. So we see that the Russian version of the website is more popular than others, but we also do Kazakhstan. We have our social media in Kazakhstan in Russian language, just because everyone talks Russian. We have actually a regional team there, so it's not my opinion. So I'm saying well, guys, I speak Russian, so let all the social media from that be in Russian. So it's not like this. The guys from our regional team there, they are Kazakhs nationality, and they told me that Russian is actually the best thing. But they also have some things like, for instance, in TV ads in Kazakhstan, you should use Kazakhstan language, and 50% of your ads should be in their language. So
more traditional audience,
yeah.
What about Ukraine? It's best. Russian, Ukrainian.
Yeah, actually, we do not operate in Ukraine because it is actually forbidden. I mean, it's really a bit weird that in Ukraine there are really strong competitors, strong brands who advertise literally everywhere, starting from airports and finishing streets and banners and the streets and outdoor ads. But the truth is that betting in Ukraine is illegal, so we do not operate there. But as Valentin said, they have plans for legislation, so we're going to get the Ukrainian license. And what I can say, I have many friends in Ukraine who work in gambling, so they are really into this sphere, and they told me as an advice, do not go to the Russian or to the Ukrainian market with the Russian brand, because it's hard to deny the tough political situation between Russia and Ukraine, which still remains. So maybe they told me as an advice, so you'd better change the brand. You'd better create a new brand and go to our market. Then you launch there with FunBet. So we haven't decided this yet, but there is the opinion of native, of citizen of Ukraine. I don't know, maybe Valentin can also comment on this.
Yes, Alina, I want to support you, right? And in saying that you definitely need to localize the product. And by all means, anybody who plans to enter Ukrainian market should take care of Ukrainian translation, and not only translation, but the product needs to look Ukrainian. Ukraine became really patriotic country for the last 5-6 years, and we definitely see a tendency that Ukrainian language is getting more and more popular, and especially among the younger communities. So I would definitely suggest that a lot of effort should go into making the product look Ukrainian. Yes.
Brilliant. Unfortunately, we ran out of time. Certainly, there's so much to discuss on the marketing front at CIS level, but even on a wider level, so much regulatory discussions are happening as we speak. I look forward to the next presentation. Alina, Peter, Valentin, thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you.
Thank you so much to our final presentation of SiGMA Asia Day 2. As Ayman said, he is looking forward to our next presentation as part of SiGMA Deep Tech, which will take part in 30 minutes time. At 2:30 p.m. CT, we'll have 2 hours of conference for the gaming people in the technology sphere, looking at the future of the markets and things moving forward. So it's been another fantastic day. Thank you so much to everyone that has tuned in for day 2 of SiGMA Asia. As I said, we'll see you shortly for SiGMA Deep Tech, and tomorrow from 10 a.m. CET, we will be taking part in the AIBC Digital Conference, discussing emerging technology across Asia, Europe and the US, also blockchain and cryptocurrency developments. So I hope you enjoyed today. We will have the segments available for you later on this evening, and see you all again tomorrow.